A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Mr. Race, in looking for a new business and partner he might invest with, became interested in a beauty shop proposition. Yesterday, Jane visited the beauty shop under an assumed name. And just to see what kind of work they turned out, she took everything they had, including a henna rinse. Our scene now is in the Ace's bungalow the following evening, and we find the fiery-haired Mrs. Ace, her husband, and their friend Marge in the living room. Listen.
Do you mean to sit there and tell me you're not going into the beauty shop business now?
That's right, Jane.
You mean after I go to the trouble of making myself look like this, you're not going to buy that beauty shop?
I'm sorry, Jane, but you must remember that it wasn't my idea that you go to that shop and get yourself messed up.
You didn't say to me, go down there and bring home some samples of the work they do.
I did not. That was your idea.
Well, sure it was my idea. And why? Because I'm always thinking of ways to help you. I believe a wife should take the bitter with the better.
Well, this is the bitter. Can you take it?
Oh, I can take it. I can take the bitter with the better. It's not me I'm thinking about. It's just that you're making a fool out of this henna rinse.
Oh, I am.
Yes, well, he is. After I go down there and spend a whole day trying out everything those beauty operators could do, and now he tells me he's not going into it.
Well, he has good reasons, Jane.
What good reason? Just because the place has been losing money?
Oh, I suppose that's not reason enough. Here a guy writes me that he's making a nice profit in a beauty shop, and I look over the books and find that he expects to make a nice profit if I come in with him. Well, I'm not going to get gray hairs worrying about that.
Well, that's fine. That shows how much you're willing to do. It's all right if I change the color of my hair, but when it comes to you turning gray, you won't do it.
Oh, I see.
Well, I don't see anything to laugh about, Marge.
Well, no use getting mad.
I'm not mad.
Oh, you are. You're madder than a wet hen.
A wet henna, you might say.
Oh, stop it now, both of you. That's sure fine. Just ask me once more to do something for you.
I didn't ask you to change the color of your hair.
Go ahead and ask me, that's all. Just ask me to do something to help you out.
Why? What would you do if I
Oh,
did?
you'll find out, and the laugh will be on the other foot. Just ask me and see. I've thought of something to tell you that, well, I just can't wait till you ask me.
All right. Jane, would you do something for me?
No.
No, is that what you thought of?
Surprise, huh?
Well, not so much surprise as hurt.
Hurt, huh?
Yes, Jane, hurt to the quick, if you must know.
Well, how do you suppose I feel with my hair looking like this and you telling me I did the whole thing for nothing?
Well, all right for you. That's all I can say.
Well, it's your own fault, dear, the things I do
All
for
right,
you.
if you feel that way about it, I'll struggle along by myself.
I try to help you out, but you don't appreciate
Please,
what I
Jane,
do.
don't hurt me any more than you have.
Oh, well, all right. What do you want me to do?
Oh, now there, you see, you changed your mind again.
Well, I can't help it. I guess I'm just one of those wives that's always doing things for their husband, even if he doesn't appreciate
Now,
it.
Jane, you know I appreciate what you did, and I know why you did it. You did it to help me out, to see if this beauty shop was worth going into. But you must remember that I didn't ask you to go down there, and even if I would have asked you, I certainly wouldn't have asked you to come home a redhead with a new hairdress. You know that.
After I spend $7.50 down.
But I'm going to give you that money back. I'll give it to you now if you'll stop complaining. Here, I'll give you the $7.50 and the tip.
Well...
Here, I told you I was going to reimburse you. Here you are. 5. There's a 5, 6, 7. I think I have some change here. Yes, 50 cents. There you are, $7.50. There. That's what you spent, isn't it?
Yes, $7.50.
Well, here you are. Hush money.
Well, how about the tip?
Oh, yes. Don't ever have your hair hennaed again. That's the best tip I can give you.
Oh, no, Ace, that's not
Well,
fair.
she asked for it.
Is that what you mean, a tip?
Well, it's certainly a good tip, because if you only knew how you look...
I know now. I can see, can't I?
Well, now, let's just forget about the whole incident. You're paid in full, and that ought to be that. Now, I have to get busy looking for some other replies I got to that ad. I've got to find some new business to go into.
Are you still getting letters to that ad?
Oh, plenty of them now, but the trouble is finding the right business. Most of these things are so silly or vague. Now, here's one I got here. Let me see if I can find it. This ought to hand you a laugh. I had it here just a second. Oh, yes, here. Listen to this. You too, Jan.
What?
Listen to this letter.
Oh.
Dear Sir, I am a widow with 2 children, age 5 and 8, both beautiful, well-behaved children, as you can see by the snapshot enclosed. It was taken at a picnic by my late husband. I am in the middle and 5 feet 4 tall, weigh 118 pounds, and have red hair.
Red hair, of all things.
Let me see that picture.
Here, look at it. There she is.
Oh, sweet looking.
Yeah, she wants to get married.
Married?
Oh, I had a hunch it was something like that.
Yeah, she has $7,500, and if I have a like amount, she'll marry me.
Marry you?
That's what she says. Here, I'll read it to you. Here it is, right here. I have $7,500, as your ad calls for, and I am looking for a partner. A life partner, if you know what I mean. I wonder if you would send a snapshot of yourself and more particulars. There you are. If that's not a proposal of marriage, I never saw one.
I know, dear, but you couldn't do that.
Why not?
Well, you just said you didn't like red hair.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Besides, I haven't got a good snapshot of myself.
Well, are you going to answer it?
No, I don't think so. I think the proposition is a little too ambiguous.
I should say she would be if you married her.
What?
Well, I mean, you're already married. Isn't that ambiguous? Married to 2 people?
Oh, yes, ambiguous. Sure that is. I never thought of it like that.
But you ought to answer her, dear. I mean, if she's nice enough to propose, the least you
No,
do.
Jane, I don't think so.
Well, I'll answer it for you if you want me
Now,
to.
you see, you're volunteering your services again, just like you offered to have your hair done.
Oh, well, I guess I'm just a softy, always helping you
Well,
out.
there's nothing to help me out of here.
You see, I want to do something for you, and you won't let me.
Oh, you want to turn down a marriage proposal for me? Is that it?
Anything. You know I want to help.
No, thanks, Jane. Just don't bother about this.
Oh, if you aren't.
Well, read some more of them. I get a kick out of them.
Well, now here's a letter from a businessman that is a businessman.
Who's it from?
Well, he's an insurance man.
Oh, one of those guys.
Yeah, he writes that putting up all my money into one basket is the wrong thing to do. The right thing would be to invest part of it in insurance.
Well, there's something in that.
Yes, he should know the trouble I've had meeting my insurance premiums now. The guy that sold me that last little annuity told me I wouldn't miss the money.
Well,
I've missed it every year so far.
Oh, you have.
And besides, this little plan he thought of, where I take part of this $7,500 that I want to invest and buy myself a single premium annuity, I think it would pay when I reach the age of 90 about $10 a week as long as I live. And at 95, I think they give you a rocker to sit in and a window to look out of. Something like that. I don't know.
What business is that, dear?
What?
That sounds interesting. What business is that?
Oh, well, that's an insurance company.
Oh, that's nice. Have they got $7,500 to put up?
What?
The insurance company. Isn't that who it's from? They want to go into business with you?
Oh, yes. They want to make me a paid-up member of the firm for life.
Oh, no, Jane. They want to sell him some insurance.
What do you mean, sell?
Well, I don't think you'd better go into that now, Marge.
Oh, why not?
Well,
you know what insurance is, don't you, Jane?
I think so.
Sure you do. I took out an insurance policy myself not so long ago, a $1,000 policy.
$1,000? Oh, where did you get $1,000?
Oh, I only had to pay about $35 for it.
Only $35? Oh, where did you buy it?
Well, some man came to the office, and I just...
Well, now, there's what I call a bargain. $35 for $1,000.
I told you shouldn't have started that, Marge. You
Well,
see
what do
what
you mean I started? Now, dear, there's something for you to go into. Who is the man, Marge? Can you find him again?
Oh, I don't think I'd have much trouble, Jane.
Well, find him. Dear, did you hear that? $1,000 for only
Jane, the $1,000 is only paid when you die.
When you die?
Yeah, when Marge dies, her policy pays $1,000.
Well, how can she make a living out of that?
How can she make a living out of it?
Now, there's a sensible question.
Why, that's the silliest thing I ever
Jane,
heard of.
some other time, huh?
What?
We'll take that up in detail some other time. It's a little involved, and I want to get on with some more of these letters.
Yes, let's hear some more letters.
Well, I was only trying to find out something. Are you sure you got that right, Marge? $35 for $1,000?
Yes, Jane, that's right.
Well, I'd like to talk to that man. You must have misunderstood him. Dear, give me that letter and let me talk to that man.
You're starting again, just as you did when the beauty shop came up. You offered to bring home a sample of the work they did, and what a sample. And now this. Maybe you want to get some sample life insurance policies. And maybe you want to try them out and see if they actually pay off.
All right. That's the last time I'll offer to do anything for you.
Well, fine. Would you put that in writing?
Yes. Give me a pencil and I'll certainly write.
Oh, well, I'll take your word for it.
Oh, stop it, will you two? Let's hear some more letters. What's next on the list, eh?
Well, let me see. Oh, yes, here's one.
From now on, I just won't pay the least bit of attention to you and your business.
Fine, Jane. Now, this one is from...
I'd just like to have you ask me something about the money I spend around the house sometime.
Okay, Jane, I will sometime.
Yes? Well, just try sometime and see what I say.
Yes, Jane, I'll make a mental note of that.
Well,
now,
you might as well tear it up for all the good it'll do you.
Oh, Jane, now don't
Well,
start
I don't
over.
care. Everybody has something to say about what we do with our money but me.
Oh, no, not everybody.
Oh, no? How about your folks?
Oh, they're all right. How are yours?
Sure, they're all right now. But when they weren't all right.
Oh,
How about your
oh,
oldest
but, yeah.
sister's youngest boy and your youngest sister's oldest girl?
Yeah.
When they had their tonsils out. You paid for that, didn't you? Everybody gets some pleasure out of our money but me.
Well, that's a fine pleasure.
And how about your mother's teeth?
Let's leave my mother's teeth out of this.
Well, how about her gums? I suppose you didn't pay for all that.
Well, yes, I did.
There, you see? That was all right, wasn't it? I don't have anything to say about how we spend the money. And now I can't have anything to say about how to make the money.
Oh, you can say whatever you like.
Oh, no, it's too late now.
Oh, now, Jane, he didn't mean anything like that. It's just he doesn't want you to bother yourself with the details.
Look, Jane, I take it all back. You can do whatever you like. You probably will, anyhow. If you can go to a beauty shop and come home with a sample of their hair rinse, I guess you can do whatever you like.
Oh, trying to make up now.
Well, take it any way you like. Now, this letter here is from a man who owns a liquor store.
A liquor store?
Oh, no. If you think I'm going to come home with samples of that.
What?
No.
No, I don't think you better, Jan.
Well, Mr. Ace's business plans are still up in the air. But we have it on good authority that the wheels of business begin grinding in earnest when next we meet the Easy Ace.
The Jell-O program coming to you from the Plaza Theater in Palm Springs, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with the Phil Harris Concerto No. 6 for oboe and drum. If you can make a collection, ladies and gentlemen, of all the grocery orders written by American housewives during the past few months, you notice there's one item on these orders that's been appearing more and more often, and that item is Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings, those swell new members of the famous Jell-O family, are fast winning a place among America's most popular desserts, and no wonder. All three flavors, Jell-O's rich chocolate pudding, Jell-O's creamy vanilla pudding, and Jell-O's golden butterscotch pudding are luscious mellow puddings, as smooth as cream and chock full of tempting goodness. And like Jell-O, they take only a few minutes to make and a few pennies to buy. So the next time you write Jell-O on your grocery list, write down Jell-O puddings, too. And remember, in buying either of these grand desserts, be sure to bear the name Jell-O, because Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. Always look for the name Jell-O whenever you buy Jell-O or Jell-O puddings. That was the Phil Harris Concerto No. 6 for oboe and drum, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you may remember, 3 weeks ago, a certain young man came to Palm Springs run down, anemic, and pale.
Oh, I was a wreck.
And now, after 3 weeks on the desert, I bring you that picture of health, that Greek god, that bronze Adonis, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and folks, I wish this was television. No kidding, Don. I don't want to sound vain, but isn't it marvelous the way this deep tan of mine sets off my big blue eyes? And all in 3 short weeks.
Well, you do look wonderful, Jack. Your face is as brown as a berry.
Isn't it, though?
But I meant to ask you, what are those 3 round white spots in the middle of your forehead?
Those white spots on my forehead?
Yes.
Well, I sent Rochester out for a cigar the other day, and I was asleep in the sun when he came back. So that's where he laid the chain. You see?
Oh, yes, those spots look like a quarter and 2 dimes.
Exactly. In other words, Don, I'm just 45 cents short of a complete tan. But, Don, isn't it a shame we have to go back home next week? You know, you're commencing to look great yourself.
I feel good, too, Jack. As a matter of fact, in the short time we've been here, I've lost 4 pounds off my stomach.
You lost 4 pounds off your stomach, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Don, if you're interested in finding out where they went, take a peek in a rear view mirror. But, at that, you have lost a little. How did you do it?
Well, I go horseback riding every day, and it's wonderful exercise.
Oh, it is. It is. There's nothing in the world like horseback riding. I do it all the time.
You do what all the time?
Oh, hello, Mary. We were just talking about horses. You know, Don, I've had a lot of experience with them, and the main thing to remember...
Oh, stop, will you? All you know about horses is they don't wear high-heel shoes.
Is that so? I know plenty.
Tell Don what happened at Roger's stables the other morning.
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Jack wanted to get on a horse, so he tried to make it kneel like a camel.
Well, I remember a horse in vaudeville that used to do that. He got more money than I did. And he could count, too. Of course, he had to. He was working on percentage. Anyway, I was talking to Don. You see, Don, the main thing about riding a horse is rhythm.
Is that so?
Yes. Now, take, for instance, galloping. When the horse goes up, I go up. When the horse goes down, I go down.
And when the horse stops, leapfrog.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. The only time I fell off the horse is when I was trying that new trick. And you know it.
What trick was that, Mary?
Well, Jack put a handkerchief on the ground and said he'd ride by full speed and pick it up.
Oh.
So what happened?
He picked up his handkerchief, dropped his teeth, picked up his teeth, and fell in a gopher hole.
Oh, boy, you really dream it up, sister. You didn't leave out a thing. You had to tell him everything about the horse, didn't you?
I didn't tell him where you tried to put the bit.
Now, lay off, will you? Don't listen to her, Don. You know, I've been riding for... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Well, here I am.
So I see. What are you going to sing, Dennis?
Can I have some dialogue first? I got friends in the audience.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Tell me, kid, have you been having fun while we've been here in Palm Springs?
Oh, boy, have I?
Good.
I will now sing Trinity.
Now, wait a minute. You said you wanted some dialogue, didn't you?
That was enough. I didn't want to run it into the ground.
Oh. Well, there's a kid that's easy to please. All right, go ahead with your song.
Okay. Oh, say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you something.
What is it, Dennis?
Can I be sent to the penitentiary for parking my car in front of a fire plug?
The penitentiary? Of course not. That's ridiculous.
Darn that, Mr. Harris.
What's Phil got to do with it?
He said I'd get 10 years, so I gave him my girl who was in the back seat.
Well, don't worry about it, Dennis. You'll never see jail or your girl either. Sing, kid.
It was fiesta down in Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew that Trinity meant please love me, and I could say Trinity. A lovely senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed Trinity. She stopped and raised her eyes to mine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were soft as candle shine. So how was I to resist? Quiero que vivas solo para mí, y que tú vayas por donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no mal de ti. Bésame con frenesí. Bésame tú a mí, bésame igual que mi boca te besó. Dame el frenesí que mi locura te dio. Si serpiente y no fui yo, pude enseñarte el camino del amor. Muerte imaginé cuando mi orgullo rodó a tus pies. Quiero que vivas solo para mí y que tú vayas por donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no más de ti. Bésame con frenesí. Dame la luz que tiene tu mirar y la ansiedad que entre tus labios vi. Esa locura de vivir y amar, que más que amor frenesí. Ahí en el beso que te di, mi alma piedra del corazón. Dime que sabes tú sentir lo mismo que siento yo. And now without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I've never known, because her kisses are for me alone. Now you can say Trinity. Now I can say Trinity.
Very good. That was Frenesy, sung by Dennis C. Day and accompanied by the Guadalajara Trio to the courtesy of the Dollhouse. And very good, boys. By the way, these fellows are from Mexico, aren't they, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks for appearing on our program, boys. It was really a pleasure listening to you.
Él nos dijo que viniéramos. ¿Será bueno cobrarle ahorita?
Él no paga nada, nunca tuvo intención.
Oh, no sean tontos. Si ustedes creen que nos va a pagar, están locos.
What did they say, Dennis?
One guy said they were going to be paid for singing here tonight, and the other two said he was crazy.
Oh, well, tell him I'll see him tomorrow.
He'll see you tomorrow, fellas.
Tell him in Spanish. I can tell him in English. Anyway, boys, you were swell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from our vocal specialty, you were swell, boys. Adios, adios. I don't know what they're waiting around for. No, they sang and they're through, that's all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, going from our vocal specialty to our feature attraction of the evening, as a tribute to Palm Springs, we are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Racquet Club, or Ain't His White Flannels Messy? Now, I will play the part.
Oh, by the way, Jack, speaking of the Racquet Club, did you finally join it?
No, Don, I was thinking of joining, but, after all, how often do I play tennis?
Well, that isn't their only attraction. They have a beautiful swimming pool, too.
I know, Don, but, how often do I swim?
But, Jack, the club is right out there on the desert. The air is wonderful for you.
Is it?
Oh, how often do you breathe?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. The only reason I didn't join the Racquet Club is because they don't take in actors.
They don't take in actors?
No.
Don't tell me all that ham around there is just for sandwiches.
All right, I didn't join the club, and it's none of your business why. Now, getting back to our play, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold everything, Jackson. Here I am, folks, the Sheik of Palm Canyon Drive.
Well, he finally got here. Listen, Sheik, the next time you're late, into your tent I'll creep and hit you on the head with your option. Now, where were you?
Well, it ain't my fault, Jackson. This is what happened. I was walking over here in plenty of time for the broadcast, and I bumped into a girl I hadn't seen in years.
Oh.
In fact, I've never seen her before.
I knew that.
Well, anyway, I honked my horn and said, are you going my way, babe?
Honk your horn? I thought you said you were walking.
I was.
What?
I always carry a little horn with me. Whistling ain't polite.
Oh, you carry a horn? Well, you're the only masher I ever met with accessories. Where is this girl, Phil? I'd like to meet her.
Well, she had to go to work. She's a date picker in Indio.
A date picker?
Yeah, you ought to see her climb a tree.
I'd love to. Well, Phil, I'm glad you finally got here. I just started casting our murder mystery.
Am I going to be in it?
Yes, Phil, you've got a very important part. You're going to be the doorman at the Racquet Club.
Well, that's life for you. Tonight, I'm the doorman there, and last night, the doorman threw me out.
You'd have gotten a bigger laugh if you'd have read that a little faster. I don't know what you were stalling around there. Well, anyway, you're the doorman. I'm going to be the chief of police of Palm Springs. Dennis, you're going to be a sergeant. And Don, you're going to be a member of the force. All right, Don, go ahead.
Oh, Jack, you're so ridiculous.
I like it. Don, you're going to be a member of the force.
Oh, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that you don't have to use force to open a box of Jell-O.
See, that's very clever.
Oh, I hate to do the next line.
Don, that's the whole pun. Don, that's the whole pun. Don, you're a member of the police force.
Oh, all right. It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So the next time you're in your neighborhood grocer's, police ask for Jell-O.
Now there, that was swell.
Was that your idea, Jack?
Yes, at rehearsal it was terrific.
Well, that's life for you. Now the doorman can throw you out.
Say, I wonder if I've had too much sun. I don't know. Anyway, Mary, in our play tonight, you're going to be a glamorous Hollywood movie star, Miss Mitzi LaRue. And you came to Palm Springs to be near your sweetheart,
Oh, boy.
who has just been murdered.
Oh, nuts.
I can't help it, that's the plot. Anyway, folks, this play will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Are you ready, Phil?
All set, Jackson.
Say, Mr. Harris,
What do you want, kid?
can I borrow your horn? I want to get another girl.
Give it to him, Phil. Honk it twice, Dennis. I'm free tonight myself. Playboy. Wise Old Owl, played by Phil Harris and his Palm Springs Orchestra. Palm meaning I've got the boys on my hands, and Springs meaning they ought to take a drink out of one sometime. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, Murder at the Racquet
¿Qué nos
Club.
pague para irnos? Te dije que no nos iba a pagar nada. ¿Qué se puede esperar de un hombre como Jack Tenney?
Now, wait a minute. Fellas, wait a minute. I told you I'd take care of you tomorrow. Mañana.
Mañana, he says. Mañana.
Exactly. Now, the opening scene, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what they're waiting here for. I can't... All right, fellas, adios. Now, the opening scene is the police station in Palm Springs, California. Police Captain O'Benny is seated at his desk, attired in a sun helmet, a tin badge, and shorts. Curtain. Music.
There's the phone, Chief.
I'll take it, O'Day. Hello? Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, miss? You're taking a sun bath and there's a peeping Tom annoying you? Don't worry, I'll take care of it immediately. O'Day, get away from that window. Donna, I forgot to ask her if she wanted some stuffed dates. Hey, Sarge.
Yes, Chief?
You arrested 2 fellas last night, and I want you to stop filling this jail with crooks.
Well, I gotta do something with them.
I don't care. During the height of the season, this jail is for tourists. I'm getting $12 a cell, American plan. We can catch crooks during the summer.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, Sarge Wilson. How are things on your beat?
Marvelous. I sold 40 pounds of dates.
Good. Keep going like that, you'll soon be a lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
But, Wilson, I wish you wouldn't push the plain dates. You know, we make our profit on the stuffed ones. O'Day, where are you going with those satin bedspreads?
I thought I'd make cell 9 and 10 into a bridal suite.
It's a good idea. Put a canopy over the bunk. You know, if business keeps up this way, it'll really be... I'll take it. Hello? Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shoppies. O'Benny speaking. What's that? What? Murder at the Racquet Club?
Well, there's life for you. That's the title of our play.
Quiet, you. Yes? Yes, we'll be right over.
What's up, Chief?
Les Stoughton, the tennis pro at the Racquet Club, just phoned that Kerry Carew, the well-known playboy, has been murdered. Get the squad car, Wilson.
Yes, sir.
O'Day, bring along some stuffed dates, the ones with the gold tinfoil. We ought to clean up at the Racquet Club.
Okay, Chief.
Now, come on, fellas. I'm going to find the murder of Kerry Carew, or my name ain't... I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Look, fellas, I told you. Mañana! Adios. My goodness. Now, come on, fellas. I'm going to find the murder of Kerry Carew, or my name ain't...
Calling all cars. Be on lookout for newlyweds. Bridal suite now available at police station. That is all.
You forgot to tell him about the canopy. Well, boys, here's the place.
How do we get in, Chief?
Right through the door. See that sign there? Racquet Club, members only. Open up. Open up, it's the police.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm chief of police, and I want to get in here.
Are you a member of the club?
No, I'm here to investigate a murder. I want to see the body.
Well, if you're not a member, you can't come in.
What?
I'll have to throw the body over the fence to you.
What are you talking about? A man has been killed on these premises, and I'm going to find out who done it.
That's who did it. No wonder you're not a member of this club.
Oh, fine. From Harris yet. Now, look, Bud, please. We got to get in here.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to speak to the owner, Charlie Farrell. Here he comes now.
Oh, hello, Mr. Farrell.
Say, what's all this racket at the Racquet Club?
Thank you. Thank you. You can thank them later. Now, listen, Farrell. I'm Captain O'Benny of the Palm Springs Police Department.
Glad to know you. Remember me in Seventh Heaven with Janet Gaynor?
Yes. I remember. Now, listen. Kerry Carew has been murdered on these premises, and I'm going to find out who done it.
Who done it?
I warned him.
All right. Who did it? Who did it? Well, how about it, Farrell? Do I get in here or not?
Just as soon as you sign this membership blank. That'll be $300, please.
$300? Well, I don't take in that much at the police station all season.
Well, you ought to. You're charging more for rooms than I am.
Okay, I'll make out a check. Pay to the order of the Racquet Club, $300.
Boy, our date's gonna go up.
You said it. Well, I'm a member now. All right, Wilson O'Day, follow me. Now, tell me, Farrell, was Kerry Carew alone when he was murdered?
No, there were several people with him.
I see. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is grill the suspect.
I'm sorry, the grill doesn't open till noon.
I'm ignoring that, brother. Well, here we are in the lounge. Quiet, everybody.
States, get your fresh steaks here. Would you like a box of stuffed steaks, sir?
Not him, that's the body. Now, everyone line up. I'm going to find out a few things around here. Who are you, miss?
I'm a movie star, Missy LaRue.
What studio are you with?
RKO.
Oh, yes, I saw you in Kitty Foo. Have you played any other outstanding roles lately?
Yes, I have 10 words in Western Union.
Stop. Now, Miss LaRue, I want you to tell me everything you know about this crime.
I don't know anything. I was just sitting here popping my bubble gum.
And you didn't hear a shot?
No, I really pop it, kid.
Now, don't evade the issue, Miss LaRue. You were in love with the victim, weren't you?
Pardon me, dry martini, boy. No toothpick in the olive. I like the bob fork.
Hey, wait a minute. What's your name?
Butterworth. Charles Butterworth.
Oh, Butterworth, eh?
Oh. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Never mind that. Now, listen, Butterworth.
How'd you know my name?
You just told me.
Well, I better watch that.
Now, listen here, Butterworth. What do you know about Terry Carew?
Oh, a lovely chap. I'm going to play tennis with him this afternoon.
Want to play tennis with him? Why, Terry Carew is dead.
Too bad. Now, if he wins, he won't be able to jump over the net.
Of course not. Look, the man is dead. There he is laying on the floor.
Well, I was laying there last night, and I'm not dead.
Take my word for it, Carew is dead. Now, come clean, Butterworth. What do you know about this murder?
Well, I tell you, Captain, I was just sitting here bobbing for olives. That's my hobby, you know.
Yes, go on. Miss LaRue, watch that bubble gum. Continue, Mr. Butterworth.
Oh, forgive me, Captain O'Benny. Are you looking for a murderer?
Yes, I am.
Then, would I do, Captain?
Who's that guy?
That's Peter Lorre.
Peter Lorre?
Thank you.
Now, listen, folks, will you please stop applauding these guys? One of them is a murderer. Now, Mr. Lorre, what is that gun doing in your hand?
Oh, I was just going out to shoot pheasants.
I see. Well, what's that dagger doing in your other hand?
Well, I have to pick my teeth, don't I?
Now, Lorre, I want the truth here, and no beating around the bush. Did you kill Terry Carew?
Who?
Terry Carew.
Terry Carew? I don't think so. No, I'm positive I haven't killed anyone by that name.
Now, cut that out. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, and I don't want any... What's that? Somebody threw a rock through the window.
Look, Chief, there's a note on it.
Give me that.
Let me read it. I'm just standing here.
Okay. This may be vital evidence. What does it say?
We want our money. Signed the Guadalajara trio.
Well, write mañana under it and throw it back. Now, Mr. Lorre. Mr. Lorre, where did he go?
He went for a plunge in my martini.
Come on out of there, Lorre. Now, no use trying to hide. I want the truth. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Well,
Come on. Think fast, Mr. Moto.
Oh, I was exceptionally good in that, huh?
Yes, you were swell.
Hey, what about me in Seventh Heaven?
You were marvelous. You were marvelous.
I wish I could think of a picture I was in.
Me too.
See, folks, remember what I said about the ham here?
Never mind that. This case is solved. Peter Lorre, I arrest you for the murder of Terry Carew.
All right, if you insist. Tell me, shall I go voluntarily, or do you want me to struggle a bit?
What? You can't arrest him, Jack. I made him do it.
You made him do what?
Yes, Jack. It was the only way we could get you over here to join our club.
Oh, so that's it. Well, what about Carew, the fellow you killed? Who is he?
A dummy from Bullock's window.
Oh, Oh, well, I thought he was much too pretty. Well, it was a good gag, fellas. As long as I'm hooked, I might as well enjoy myself. Say, Pharaoh, give me one of those Coca-Colas there, will you?
There you are, Jack. That'll be $12.
Yikes! Move over, Carew. Play, Phil.
Tomorrow night, when you're trying to think of what to have for a dessert at dinner, why not decide on Jell-O's new treat, Apple Lime Whip? Well, here's a tempting dessert that will make the whole family smile their approval and give you a shining example of how good lime Jell-O can be. Best of all, you can prepare this grand dessert in almost less time than it takes to tell. Simply dissolve 1 package of lime Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and chill until cold and syrupy. Next, whip as directed on the back of the package. Then fold in 1 cup of strained applesauce and mold. And there's a gay, attractive dessert that you'll agree is one of the most successful you've ever served. So enjoy a delicious treat tomorrow with this swell, creamy combination of spicy applesauce and rich emerald green lime Jell-O. Serve a luscious Jell-O dessert real soon.
We're a little late, folks, so good night.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I See the Moon at Noon. You know, ladies and gentlemen, along about this time each year, folks seem to appreciate a lovely Jell-O dessert even more than usual. For Jell-O, with its vivid, shimmering colors, seems almost like a preview of spring. Its glowing beauty makes you forget that winter is still with us. It adds a special note of gaiety and good cheer to any March meal. And the refreshing, extra-rich flavor of Jell-O gives you a welcome foretaste of next summer's fruits with all their tantalizing, juicy, ripe goodness. So brighten up tomorrow night's dinner with a brilliant Jell-O dessert. Order several packages from your grocer the first thing in the morning, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And be especially sure to include strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O, for each has a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty swell, a unique and delightful flavor that you'll find better than ever. Enjoy a tempting Jell-O dessert tomorrow. That was I See the Moon at Noon, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a month's vacation in Palm Springs, we bring you a man who looks a month younger, as if that made any difference, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I may only look a month younger, but believe me, I feel like a kid. If there was anything I needed, it was those 4 weeks on the desert. Roughing it really did me a world of good.
Roughing it? Well, I wouldn't exactly say that you were leading such a rough life there, Jack.
Oh, you wouldn't, eh?
No, I saw you out many a night in Palm Springs, and you were wearing a tuxedo.
Yes, but it wasn't pressed. And if you'd have looked close, you'd have noticed that carnation in my buttonhole was a cactus blossom. And full of stickers. Don't tell me I didn't rough it. Why, I'm as hard as nails.
So you feel pretty rugged now, huh, Jack?
Do I, Don? You remember how soft and flabby my arms used to be?
Uh-huh.
Well, wait till I roll up my sleeve. I'll make a muscle for you. Wait.
Oh, Jack, you don't have to bother. I'll take your word for it.
No, Don. You know what a liar I am. No, I want to show you. Now watch. I'll raise my arm. There. How's that, Don? How's that muscle?
Where? I don't see it.
Right there on that tattoo. See how fat the eagle is now? See?
Eagle? I thought that was a sparrow.
With E pluribus unum on it? What are you talking about? I tell you, Don, I feel so good I'd like to get in a scrap with someone. Wait till Dennis Day comes in. I'll straighten him out fast. He'll never know what hit him.
Now, Jack, wait a minute. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. I've got a muscle, and I'm going to use it. That kid has got to learn how to behave himself.
But, Jack, you're being unfair. Ever since Dennis has been on this program, he's been a perfect little gentleman. Well-behaved and well-mannered.
Well-mannered? Let me tell you something, Don. Last Monday, when I gave Dennis his salary check, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Thank you very much."
Well, what's wrong with that?
Don, with the check he gets, that very much is pure sarcasm. Teach that kid to thank me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing with your fist up in the air?
I made a muscle for Don. I can't get my arm down. See? See the muscle?
Where?
Right there.
Some muscle. Looks like a marshmallow with a hangover.
The hardest marshmallow you ever saw. Boy, there's a real muscle.
What are you going to do, stand there like a baking soda ad?
No, help me get my arm down. Here, pull. Ooh. Well, the eagle's a sparrow again. But just the same, wait till Dennis gets here. I'll fix that kid.
What about Dennis?
I'm going to beat him up, that's all. He's been acting too fresh around here lately, and it's time I straighten him out.
Straighten him out? Why don't you do something about Phil Harris? He's the wise guy.
Mary, Phil is nothing but a big, playful kid. But Dennis is a real troublemaker.
And he's smaller than you are.
That's merely a coincidence. Let me ask you something, Mary. How about when we were driving back from Palm Springs in the Maxwell? All that kid did was complain all the way in.
Well, who wouldn't complain? It's a 3-hour trip, and it took us 4 days to make it.
Well?
4 days from Palm Springs to Los Angeles? Why, it's only 120 miles.
129. We came by way of San Bernardino. Besides, we stopped to enjoy the scenery. It was lovely down with those snow-capped mountains and beautiful orange groves.
Oh, you and your orange grove. That's all we had for 4 days, orange juice.
Never mind.
The sign got 'em. All you can drink for 10 cents.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. Don't give Don any false impressions. There was food, too. What about that delicious pressed chicken we had?
It had to be pressed. You ran over it.
All right, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
An accident?
Yes.
And why did Rochester yell tally-ho and chase it clear through a cornfield?
That never happened, and you know it. Would have been a very pleasant trip if you and Dennis hadn't been beefing all the time. I'll fix that, kid. By the way, Don, how did you come back to town?
Well, the little woman and I took the train. It was a very nice, restful trip.
Oh, the train is swell, Don, but I prefer motoring myself. I don't know, you see more of the country that way.
But, Jack, even allowing for sightseeing, I can't understand why it took you 4 days to come from Palm Springs to Los Angeles.
Oh, 4 days isn't so bad.
That's progress. It used to take the covered wagon 6.
And they didn't come by way of San Bernardino like I did. Anyway, Mary, you had a swell time in Palm Springs. You're back in Hollywood safe and sound, so forget it.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, here he is. All right, kid, put him up. Put him up. You've been aching for trouble, and you're going to get it.
What's going on here?
It's a long story. Jack found a muscle.
Not it at all. Come on, kid, up with your dukes. I'll teach you to be careful.
Well, gee, I didn't mean to run over that tin can with the lawnmower.
That's not what I'm talking about. A small fine covers that. I just don't want you to go around complaining about your trip home from Palm Springs. I was nice enough to invite you.
Gosh, I drank so much orange juice I feel like a sunset.
Well, let me tell you something, Dennis. Orange juice is not only nourishing, but it's very good for you. It'll keep you from catching a cold.
I won't sneeze till 1980.
Well, that does it. All right, Dennis, put up your due.
Oh, Jack, will you stop being so childish? You're just picking on Dennis because he's the smallest one in our gang.
Mary's right. It's not like you, Jack, to be a bully. Why, in your physical condition, you could mangle the kid.
I could?
Gee. Huh?
Certainly. You're a gorilla. You don't realize your own strength.
I don't? Well.
No. Now, the least you can do is apologize to Dennis.
Well, all right.
You don't have to, Mr. Benny. I'm a rat, and that's all there is to it.
No. No, you're not a rat, kid.
Well, one of us is.
Look, Dennis, you better sing your song before I lose my temper again. I don't know my own strength, like Don says. Now, what's it going to be?
I'm going to sing In Dublin's Fair City.
Good, good. Oh, Mary.
What do you want?
Help me get my arm down. It's stuck again.
Okay.
Ooh. Thanks, Mary. Sing, kid.
In Dublin, fair city, where girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She was the fishmonger, but sure it's no wonder, for so were father and mother before. They wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Her ghost wheeled her barrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh.
That was In Dublin, Fair City, sung by Dennis A. And very apropos, Dennis, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Sure, and it is.
Yes, sir.
You tell me to put up my dukes tomorrow, and I'll knock your block off.
Dennis, I'm not going all the bother putting my arm up again. So control yourself.
Oh, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Tomorrow being St. Patrick's Day, I have a great treat for our audience tonight.
A treat?
Yes, I prepared my commercial this evening with a Gaelic slant. I'm going to deliver it with an Irish brogue. I do it very well.
No kidding. Well, that really is a treat, Don. Any novelty is always welcome on this program. You say you do it with an Irish brogue, eh?
Yes.
Swell. Now, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It is not only economical and easy to make.
Where's the brogue?
But comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Don, where's the brogue?
So always insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box. Be Gora.
Oh! There it is! Oh, that's it! Oh, I didn't know we were going to have... Well, you did that beautifully, Don. Oh, that's a marvelous brogue. How did you ever acquire it?
Oh, I do several dialects, Jack. Would you like to hear me read the same commercial as the Swede would do it?
Don, if you think I'm going to listen to that whole thing again just to hear you say yump and yiminy at the end of it, you'll say... Now, go away. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town already?
Yeah, I got in last night. But you know,
I don't know. I wish we could have stayed in Palm Springs a couple of more weeks. It's wonderful there.
Well, personally, I'm glad to be back in the city.
What's the matter, Phil? Don't you like the desert?
No, that fresh air gets under my eyes and puffs them up.
Oh.
And I can't stand that hot sun beating down on my head.
Well, why don't you wear a hat?
Look, Jackson, I got gorgeous hair, and it would be sheer madness to hide it.
Well, that's the most conceited thing I ever heard. You know, Phil, I could have gorgeous hair, too, if I got it marcelled every week like you do.
Well, why don't you?
Well, maybe I will.
If you can get a Marcel, so can a coconut.
What? What did you say?
Did I put my jokes up, Mr. Benny?
Not this time, kid. This is strictly between Miss Livingston and me.
You want to step out in the alley?
Oh, quiet. We're talking to Phil about Palm Springs. Now, how long did it... Mary, put your dukes down. Phil, how long did it take you to drive back?
Well, with all the traffic and everything, about an hour and 45 minutes.
Only an hour and 45 minutes?
Yes, and I stopped for a rumble lesson in Pomona.
Well, I'll be darned. An hour and 45 minutes.
That's what I can't understand, Jack. Why in the world it should take you 4 days to drive that distance?
Well, we had a lot of tough breaks, Don, and hard luck all the way.
I'll say, just as we were pulling into Beaumont, all the tires blew out.
Yeah.
All 4 of them?
All 4 in the spare. They've got a union.
Wait a minute, you're wrong, Mary. We had that tire trouble in Banning. Beaumont is where we ran out of gas.
We ran out of gas in Azusa.
No, Mary, I think it was Arcadia. Yeah, we ran out of gas in Arcadia.
Arcadia's where the top blew off.
The top didn't blow off. It shook off. Besides, it didn't happen in Arcadia. It was Pasadena.
It was not.
It was, too.
Pasadena's where we hit a bump and the headlights changed places.
Oh, yes. We had motor trouble there, too.
Motor trouble? Were you held up very long?
Yeah, we had to stay overnight, so Jack and Rochester made a personal appearance at the theater.
That's right, Don. I figured as long as we had to stay there, we might as well do our act.
How was the business, Jackson? Did you pack them in?
Well, it was on such short notice, Phil, and then it was raining, and besides that, we were bucking a terrific picture that was playing right across the street.
Yeah? What was the name of it?
Puppets of Passion, starring Ronald Glick and Heather Noodleman. Adults only. But we did pretty well at that. Anyway, enough of our adventures getting back home. What do you say, Phil? How about a band number?
Okay, Jackson. What do you want us to play? Something popular or something classified?
That's classical. Classified. Oh, brother, what a dodo.
Well, it ain't my fault. You dragged me down to Palm Springs, and I missed 4 weeks of night school.
Oh, that's right. You did miss night school. Did it set you back any?
Yeah, the teacher's going around with another guy now.
Oh, she is. Say, your teacher must be good looking.
Jackson, she's pretty enough to be a cigarette girl.
I see. Well, Phil, let me know when you graduate from school, will you? I want to send your diploma to Ripley. Now, let's have a number. I don't care whether it's classified or classical. Just play it. Wait a minute. Come in.
Pues bueno, muchachos, estamos esperando aquí mucho tiempo.
No vale la pena. Mira la molestia que ya nos ha dado.
Esperamos por tanto tiempo. Ya voy a pedir a Jack Benny que nos pague enseguida, pronto.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, who are these 3 guys?
Those are the boys that sang on the program last week.
Oh, the Guadalajara Trio from Palm Springs. Well, I paid them their money. What do they want?
More.
More. I gave them plenty. I gave you mucho pesos, boys. Remember?
Pero queremos más dinero, por eso estamos aquí.
Look, fellas, if you want more money, I'll straighten it out with you tomorrow. Mañana.
Why don't you pay them tonight?
I don't know the word. Mañana, boys. All right, go ahead and play, Phil. Hey, fellas, adios, will ya? Adios. I wish I knew a good Spanish lawyer. That was Darling Nellie Gray, played by Phil Harris and his Classified Orchestra. Classified meaning I'm going to put an ad in the paper. I've had enough of them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oiga, Jack Benny, ¿por qué no la arreglamos ahora?
Oh, please, fellas, I'll pay you pronto. Pronto.
Pronto means right now.
Oh. Mañana, fellas. Mañana. Adios, will you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday night for our feature attraction, the Benny, We Know Our Business, but We're in the Wrong One players, will present their version of 20th Century Fox's version, of Jack Kirkland's version, of Erskine Caldwell's famous book, that sensational and daring saga of the Georgia Hill Country, Tobacco Road. Thank you, Cupcake. I should have hit that thing. I've got a muscle. Now, this great American classic will be the outstanding effort of our next Sunday's broadcast.
I haven't seen the picture yet, Jack. What's it like?
Well, it follows the play pretty closely, Mary. And just think, the legitimate show is still playing at the Forest Theater in New York. Remember the time I took you to see Tobacco Road when it first opened?
Oh, yes. Gee, that was a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
I'll never forget that night. You wore a derby hat, white spats, and a checkered suit.
And a bamboo cane. You know, in those days when I'd walk down the street, I wanted people to know I was an actor.
You never could tell in the theater.
Oh, yes, they could.
Say, Jackson, I remember Tobacco Road in them days.
Oh, did you see it, Phil?
No, I lived there.
Oh, that's right. Well, Phil, you can be our technical advisor and tell us when to take our shoes off. Anyway, folks, tonight, as a trailer to this outstanding dramatic vehicle, we are going to present a few of the highlights that will... Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Bay, guess who this is?
Well, really, I haven't the slightest idea.
I'll give you a hint. Who works harder than anybody in the world?
Not you, Rochester. I bet $12 you're laying down while you're talking to me. You got the phone in one hand and a chicken sandwich in the other.
White meat or dark meat?
Never mind. I'm very busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, I'm over here in Pasadena to pick up the Maxwell, but you didn't give me enough money.
Rochester, I gave you $20 to have that motor fixed. And that's plenty.
I know, but complications have set in.
What do you mean?
You remember how the motor used to backfire just before it blow up?
Yes.
Well, now it whistles 8 bars of there I go and boom.
Well, that's only because it's overheated. Is the fan turning over?
What's that, boss?
I said, is the fan turning over?
How can it? You've been wearing the belt for 2 weeks.
Well, that's your fault. You gave me a buckle for Christmas. Now tell the man to put on a new fan belt and have him fix that little leak in the radiator.
Little leak?
Yes.
Boss, that thing drips like a California sky.
No, it's not that bad. Now have it fixed and pay the garage man. And Rochester, if I didn't give you enough money, pay the difference and I will reimburse you.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'll reimburse you. That means I'll pay you back.
I know what it means. I just want to hear you say it.
You'll get it. Don't worry. Now see you at home.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I read in the paper where you signed a contract to make another picture pretty soon. Is that correct?
Yes, why?
I wish you'd speak to me about those things.
That's none of your business. Goodbye. Should speak to him about it. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, we will now have a preview of Tobacco Road. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Tobacco Road, a few of the highlights from this sensational production. First, romance.
I'll love you, Ellie Mae. What do you say we get hitched?
You mean get married?
No, get hitched. I want to plow the field.
Drama! Hey, Jeter, ain't the clouds fleecy tonight?
That's the mattress. You're under the bed.
Intrigue!
Is there anybody home?
Yes, come in, trees.
Comedy! Why does a hen cross the road?
So Jack can have pressed chicken.
Now cut that out.
Suspense. Estamos cansados de esperar aquí. Queremos el dinero.
I told you, fellas, mañana.
Technicolor!
Oh, boss!
Rochester!
These are only a few of the highlights of dramatic thrills that are in store for you next Sunday night. Don't forget to tune in, folks. Tobacco Road.
Bigger than puppets of passion.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Many folks find that Sunday evening is a swell time for writing those letters they've intended to write all week but just haven't got around to. So if you haven't yet written for your copy of General Foods' new dessert recipe book, as I know you've meant to, why not do it tonight? Just address an envelope to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Then place a dime in coin or stamps in the envelope, together with your name and address, and mail it right away. In return, we'll send you a copy of our new dessert recipe book, a big 48-page recipe book so beautiful that you'll never tire of looking at it, and so convenient that you'll use it not just once or twice, but all the time. It's a new idea in recipe books altogether because it's designed to give you a different idea for dessert every single day of the year. There are tempting suggestions and recipes for 365 luscious desserts, pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and every other kind of treat you can think of, including lots of desserts made with rich, shimmering Jell-O. And this grand book is simply full of colorful, fascinating pictures, lovely photographs, and clever, attractive paintings, page after page of them. So don't wait another day to send for this useful and beautiful book. Tonight, take a few minutes to write for your copy. Just send 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Be sure you remember the address. Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
Number of the 24th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure to tune in and hear our version of Tobacco Road. Say, Mary, I'm going to be a hillbilly next week. I better dig up some old clothes.
Why don't you wear that checkered suit? You still got it.
Oh, yes. But the coat is so tight on me now. I'll never be able to get my muscle in it.
So just wear the vest. That hollow chest of yours will fit anything.
Not when I inhale. Good night, folks.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Next Saturday, the University of Southern California plays UCLA in their big traditional football game. The whole thing was almost canceled out, thanks to Phil and Frankie. But more about this later. Now a word from RCA Victor. The years RCA has spent developing the field of electronics, the untold millions of dollars RCA has spent in research, have resulted in the discovery of a completely new circuit system for television home receivers. This new circuit system, with an electronic supercharger, now brings you television with picture power. And now, RCA Victor is the first to bring you 21-inch supersets with picture power. There's the RCA Victor Suffolk, the Clarendon, Donnelly, and Rockingham, for example. 4 magnificently styled 21-inch supersets. And each brings in the sharpest, most detailed big pictures you've ever seen. There's virtually no interference in any television area, city or country, thanks to picture power. They're superb, one and all. See them for yourself. And remember, when you buy RCA Victor television, ask about the RCA Victor factory service contract. When you buy RCA Victor television with RCA factory service, you get television's greatest combination, offered by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. For the past few weeks, Alice has noticed that Phil has been very preoccupied. Lately, it has gotten to the point where he doesn't seem to know what's going on around him. He's in a daze, absent-minded, and being a little concerned, Alice has decided to talk to him about it.
Phil? Phil? Phil!
Phyllis, will you answer the phone? How can you stand that shrill ringing?
Daddy, it's Mother calling.
Well, bring the phone over here. I'll talk to her.
Oh, Phil, I'm right here, and I want to talk with you.
I haven't got time now, miss. My wife's on the phone.
Phil, I'm your wife.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Hiya, Sophie.
Sophie? Oh, Phil, what's wrong with you?
He's gone nuts. That miniature brain is finally snapped. I told you the day you married him,
You
Alice.
keep out of this, Willie. I'm sorry, Alice. It's just that I got something on my mind.
Well, Phil, what's bothering you?
I don't know. I'm dissatisfied lately. I'm not happy with my radio show.
Well, you're not the only one, Philip. Sponsors unhappy with it. NBC's unhappy with it. The public's unhappy with it.
All right. Now leave me alone, will you?
Yes, Uncle Willie, you stop picking on our daddy. He's just nervous because he's overworked.
That's telling him, Alice.
After all, there aren't very many men who work as hard for a half hour every week as Daddy does. Yeah, do you think it's pleasant for him to have to come down to the studio every Sunday afternoon when he could be out playing polo?
Polo? Oh, honey, that's a typographical error. It's supposed to be pool.
Leave it like it is.
Phil, why don't you like our radio show?
Oh, honey, don't say that. I like it. I love it. But it's just that I miss the thrill and excitement of playing to a large theater full of people, like I used to do when I was in vaudeville.
What's vaudeville, Daddy?
Vaudeville, my child, was a form of entertainment that they say was killed by a lot of corny acts that nobody will ever see again unless they have a television set.
Gee, that reminds me. It's time for the Continental. Come on, Phyllis. Let's go in and watch it on our new RCA Victor 17-inch picture power television set.
Yes! The set that brings in a good picture even if you live in a fringe area. This is made possible by the electronic genius of the RCA engineers.
Thank you and bless your commercial little heart.
I never knew you were in vaudeville, Philip.
Never knew. Are you kidding? I've been in the show business since I was a baby. My mother was in it before me. My grandmother was... Look, I don't want to brag, but Grandma was the first Indian girl to appear in burlesque. Mamusa was the original Cherokee strip.
Hey, how'd you like that one, Willie? Cherokee strip.
Oh, Philip, you are a wit.
Think so?
Mm-hmm. You have a way of taking an old joke and making it sound just like an old joke.
Now, Phil, this restless feeling is just a stage you're going
Now,
through.
wait a minute. No, it isn't, because I was talking to Frankie the other day, and he thinks I ought to get back in front of the public, too. Said I could make a lot of money on personal appearances, and he's right. Because... Come in. After all, honey, I'm a big name. I'm in demand. I could
Hi,
go...
Curly.
Hi, What's the matter with you? You look tired.
I am. I'm exhausted. On the way over, I picked up 4 college girls, gave them a lift.
Well, why should that tire you out?
I haven't got a car. It ain't easy carrying those dames piggyback.
Wait a minute.
Frankie, where did you ever meet college girls?
On the campus at the University of Southern California.
Oh, now, what were you doing at the university?
Oh, Alice, haven't you heard? He's majoring in French. He wants to be able to read the labels on cognac bottles.
Please, Curly, no levity or I won't tell you what I was doing out there. I won't tell you the good news.
Good news? What good news?
You've been wanting to earn some money making personal appearances, so I talked to the dean at the university and got you a job.
No kidding. What kind of a job?
You're going to do a benefit at a football rally.
Benefit? Wait a minute. I ain't working for nothing.
You better take it, Curly. You're not much in demand. I had a tough time selling you at that price.
I think they got a lot of nerve. That's what I...
Oh, Phil, you should feel flattered they asked for you.
They didn't exactly ask for him. They wanted you, Alice, and I told them you wouldn't appear any place without your straight man.
Oh, they wanted me, huh? Well, when is this football rally, Frankie?
It's tonight.
What's the rally for?
It's for the USC-UCLA game.
Stop spelling things out in front of me. I'm old enough to know. You guys do that all the time.
Curly, those are 2 different colleges.
Oh.
It's the University of Southern California that wants you to appear at their rally. I think you ought to show up. You'll get a lot of publicity.
Yeah, but I ain't getting no money.
Oh, Phil, don't be so mercenary. After all, what's money?
Money, my dear, is the stuff that your side of the mattress is so loaded with that when we go to bed, I'm sleeping 3 decks below you.
Is her side really that high, Curly?
One night she fell off and broke 3 of my ribs. No, I sleep on my right. You're not supposed to sleep on your left side.
Stop
I'm over on...
Now, stop. Look, Phil, I'm serious about tonight. I think you ought to show up.
Yeah, it'll be a nice gesture for those college kids. Besides, they're sending a student committee over to see you this
Look,
afternoon.
Remley, I don't care who they're sending over. I ain't appearing at no rally for free, and I'm not going, and nobody's going to make me.
Hey, that may be the committee.
I certainly hope it is. I'll tell them off. Remley, you better take Alice in the other room. There might be bloodshed. They got a lot of nerve asking me to come down here, trying to get me to go to a rally and not even offering me a cent. You guys are wasting your time. I ain't going.
Hello, Curly. We're from Southern California. Oh, my, but you're big, strong, attractive.
Don't try nothing, lady. I'm 100 years old. What's the matter with you? I ain't working for nothing, and ain't nobody gonna...
Laurie, isn't he adorable? Oh, yes, and so handsome. And there'll be 200 beautiful girls at the rally, and they'll all be fighting to dance with him.
I don't care if there's gonna... 200 beautiful girls?
At least 200. What do you say, Curly?
Wait, I'll get my ributol and go with you.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't disappoint us, you lovely man.
Hey, Curly, was that the committee who?
Who is this?
It's a red-eyed owl that just flew in. We're measuring for the mantelpiece. We're going to have them stuffed.
My name is Frankie Remley, girls.
You mean you're the Frankie Remley? famous guitar virtuoso, star of the RCA Victor radio program, and discoverer of such great personalities as Phil Harris, Alice Faye, and Bing Crosby?
Wherever did you get that impression of me?
That's what your card says, the one you left with the dean.
Francis.
Curly. She must be thinking of another Frankie Remley. I wouldn't have a card printed like that.
Oh, but you did. I have it right here with me.
Let me see that.
Curly, I give you my word.
Wyatt. Let me read it. Oh. Discoverer of Phil Harris, Alice Faye, and Bing Crosby. Also founder of the North Pole. Head brain surgeon at the Mayo Clinic. And co-designer of the non-skid Rubber Mac.
Well, if you read that much, you might as well finish it.
Well, that's all there is.
That's all? Why, that crooked printer, he left out Chief of Counter-Espionage for His Majesty the Tsar. Heads shall roll for this, the salt mine.
Quiet, Look, kids, I'll be glad to appear for you tonight. By the way, who's sponsoring this rally?
The girls of Eta Sigma Pi.
Oh, good, good. Great audiences, them Greek waitresses. You know, they're a nice bunch of girls. They like me, too, you see, because I'm a big tipper, and I've never pinched a waitress while she's carrying the tray. I wouldn't think so. You know, I've always been... Sure.
Mr. Harris, Eta Sigma Pi is a sorority.
Oh, Ada. Oh, certainly, yeah. You see, it's been so long since I've been to college, I've forgotten about the one I belong to.
You belong to a sorority? Mr. Harris, are you sure you went to college?
Oh, yeah. Fact is, Frank and I here we were classmates, weren't we, Frankie?
If you say so.
Well, what was the name of the college?
Oh, the name? Well, what was the name of that joint anyway, Remley?
Heidelberg.
That's it, Heidelberg.
Why did you go all the way to Germany to attend college?
Oh, well, Heidelberg. That's where we went.
Well, why did you go to Germany to attend college?
We like warm beer. We might as well have missed it anyway. It didn't mean a thing, did it? We like warm beer.
Oh, Heidelberg has always sounded so romantic. Tell me, Mr. Harris, is it as romantic as they say?
Ah, du lieber ja. For romance, this is the place.
We was also on the football team. I was the head
You tell them, Weber.
I'm trying to feel. Shut up.
Oh, it really must have been exciting, Curly. I can see that you did a lot of dueling when you were there.
Dueling? What makes you say that?
Well, your face is full of saber scars.
Oh, yes. Those are German scars.
Better known as American wrinkles.
I don't think that's funny, Mr. Remley. Curly doesn't have wrinkles.
Thank you, dear.
I only hope when my daddy reaches your age, he looks half as good.
Just for that, lady, I hope UCLA scores 8 touchdowns against your school in the first quarter.
Oh, I know you don't really mean that, Mr. Harris. Well, we have to run along now. Margie and I will pick you up at 7 o'clock and take you over to the rally.
Okay, girls, thank you. We'll see you at 7. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Curly.
Hey, Ram.
Hmm?
Aren't they cute children?
Yeah, adorable tots.
You know, Frankie, I'm only going tonight because I always get a big kick out of watching these youngsters enjoy themselves.
Me too. The fact that they happen to be pretty girls has nothing to do with it.
Heavens, no!
Well, Curly, now that you've decided to go, what excuse are you going to give Alice for changing your mind?
I don't have to make any excuses. I'll just tell her the truth. Come on, let's tell
Sure.
her. Oh, Alice!
What is it, Phil?
Oh, there you are. Look, honey, I've been thinking about that rally tonight.
So have I.
I've changed my mind about it.
So have I.
I seen the light and I'm going.
I seen the girls and you ain't.
Oh, so you saw him, huh?
That's right, I saw him.
Hey, look, Alice, I'm not going just because there's going to be pretty girls there. What's the matter? Don't you trust me, honey?
Oh, of
course I do, darling. If you want to go, you can go. Well, I trust you implicitly. I know you won't look at any of those girls because I'm going to be there with you to see that you don't.
Oh, that's right. You're going to be there, too. Oh, well, we'll have fun anyway.
Now, look, Phil, all they want from you is entertainment.
Hey, entertainment. Hey, I got to do... Hey, Remley, what do you think I ought to do when I get there?
Anything. Juggle, do card tricks, dance and play the spoons at the same time.
I'm not a dancer. I'm a singer.
All right, sing and play the spoons at the same time.
Look, I'm just going to sing, and incidentally, it's my new RCA Victor record, and I better rehearse it right now.
Would you?
Yeah. Just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. A rambling and a gambling man, and free every night. I eat a porterhouse steak 3 times a day for my board. More than any gal in this whole town can afford. I got a big electric fan to keep me cool when I sleep. My mattress stuffed with dollar bills to tickle my feet. My motto is love 'em and leave 'em and break 'em and leave 'em and break 'em and right. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. My house was bought with pawn shop tickets, red, white, and blue. My clothes are made of tiger skins right out of the zoo. I got a lot of money in the bank, I made it myself. The hearts of all my girlfriends lying right on my shelf. The girls all stop and whistle every time I go by. But I'm pretty darn particular, I'm telling no lie. I'm in there wheeling and dealing and really appealing and high as a kite. Come on, let's fly together, 'cause I'm rugged but right. Up to tell you that I'm rugged but fat. You caused me plenty worry, put some gray in my hair. You got the lips that sunk the ships of England, France, and Peru. But I am like Napoleon, 'cause you're my Waterloo. I'd like a 15-minute intermission in you Ford V8. I'd love to make it longer, but I got a late date. My morals have always been gone with the wind, so let's breeze it tonight. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. Don't overdo it, 'cause I really overdo it last night.
That was very nice, Curly.
Hey, yeah.
But at the rally, don't sing so loud. You'll drown out the spoons. I didn't hear him at all.
Oh, Phil, do you think you ought to do that song tonight?
Why not? Honey, when them college girls hear me do that, they'll be drooling all over them chrysanthemums. Man, I'll curl their little bobby socks. I'll have them twisted and twirling.
Listen to this redskin rave. I can't stand any more of this. I'm going upstairs. And, Phil, with all those young college boys around, the girls aren't even going to look at a couple of old men like you and Frankie.
Curly, I don't like your wife's causticity. It doesn't befit her.
Well, she just had it made, and it looks a little bulky under there. It'll wear down. Don't worry about it. It'll be all right. You know something, Remley? I'm just thinking. You know that Alice is right? Well, listen to me. Compared to those college kids, we're gonna look a little old.
We don't have to.
We don't. What do you mean?
When we go to the rally tonight, let's act like college kids. Let's dress and talk the way they do.
Yeah, it sounds very good. It's great. But how do college kids dress and talk?
Don't you remember? Our band used to play a lot of college dances.
That was 25 years ago.
So what? College kids are college kids. They don't change.
They don't change at all? No. Hey, then I got a great idea.
What's that?
You know something? I still have our old band outfits in the trunk upstairs. We can dress up and...
Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, let's go get them, and away we go.
Phil, it's almost 7 o'clock. What's taking you fellas so long to get
We're all ready,
back?
honey. We're all ready. Coming right down. Hey, Remley. Hey, let's show Alice what the well-dressed college man looks like.
Right.
Collegiate, collegiate, yes, we are collegiate. Nothing intermediate. We're collegiate, rah, rah, rah. Oh,
Razzmatazz. Oh, you fellas are kidding. What are you made up for? What on earth are you wearing?
Kidding? What's kidding? These are college clothes.
Oh, no.
Certainly, we've got the striped blazers, bell-bottom trousers, jazz bow ties, and the pork pie hats with the turned-up brim.
Not to mention our raccoon coats, 2 muted ukuleles, and a set of canoe cushions.
Well, I'm not going any place with you looking like that.
Well, what's the matter with the way I look? This is my flaming youth outfit.
Oh, that's a novelty. A flaming youth outfit on a pile of old ashes. Take off those ridiculous raccoon coats.
We will not. Who ever heard of a college boy without a raccoon coat? Oh, Remley. Hey, that must be the girls now. Now, look. Let's Charleston to the door and let them in, right?
Right.
Charleston, Charleston.
Hurry up, Miss Faye, call off your dogs. If either one of these shaggy mutts bites me, I'll sue you.
All right, wait. We're not dogs. It's me and Mr. Remley.
How did you get so hairy?
It's not hair, it's raccoon fur.
Oh, when did that start growing on you?
Don't be a wise guy. We're dressed like this for a reason. We've been asked to appear at SC.
Well, it's about time the Sanitation Commission got after you.
Look, grocery boy, we're talking about the University of Southern California. Now beat it, will you? Because we want to
Hey,
get...
Curly, that must be our
Yeah,
date.
that's him, yeah.
Julius, hey, get lost. We don't want the girls to see you.
What girls?
A couple of sorority girls are coming over to take us to the college.
You mean they're going to be seen in public with you two?
Of course.
These initiations is getting tougher every year. The gruesome things they make them poor girls do just...
Will you be quiet, Julius? Hey, Remley. Yeah. Now open the door, and remember, if we want to make an impression on these college girls, we got to act the part.
Okay.
Hello, Curly.
Strut on in, Sheba. Your chic is waiting for you.
Don't stand there, flappers. Black bottom over to your cake eaters.
Well, ain't they jazzy tonight?
Mr. Harris, what are those ridiculous outfits you and Mr. Remley are wearing?
Campus togs, baby. Campus togs. Ain't they the cat's pajamas?
Cat's pajamas?
Yeah. That's college talk. Hey, lay a little of that talk on them, Remley.
Okie dokie, hot diggity dog, and so's your old man.
23 skidoo, oh you kid, and ta-ra-ra, boom, de
Curly, you're going back a little too far.
Oh, fellas, surely you don't expect us to go out with you dressed like this.
There's nothing wrong with the way you're dressed. Come on, let's get started.
Yeah, we better hurry. On the way over, I want to stop at my bootlegger.
Remley, please.
I want to order some boots.
Oh,
I'm afraid we won't be able to take you. You see, we don't have room in our car.
Don't let it worry your pretty little head. I got a big Cadillac.
Oh, that ain't collegiate, fellas. You should have a hot rod.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gee whiz, we got to have a hot rod, but we ain't got one.
Well, I'll take care of that for you, Mr. Harris. Can you wait 15 minutes?
Yeah, we got to wait for Alice to finish dressing anyway. Now, hurry it up, will you, Julius? Hey, in the meantime, we'll entertain the girls. You ready, Remley?
Yeah.
1, 2.
You gotta be a football hero
to get along with a wonderful girl. Betty Coed has lips of red for Harvard. Betty Coed has eyes of blue for Yale.
Please, fellas, stop already, please.
Yes, it's getting awfully late. Mr. Harris, why don't you and Mr. Remley wait for the hot rod, and Miss Faye will go ahead with us in our car?
No. Now, we got to do this right. Look, we'll all go in a hot rod as soon as Julius gets here. Hey, in the meantime, I'll keep you flappers amused with another funny story.
Oh, please, Phil, you've told us every Peaches Browning joke there is.
No. You see, honey, this one's about Gertrude Ederle. It seems that this dame was putting the grease on, getting ready to swim that channel. Hey, wait a minute. I'll tell it to you later. Hold it. That must be Julius. Come on in, kids. Let's go out and pile on that hot rod. Come on, let's go.
Well, you're all set, Mr. Harris. I got your hot rod.
Good boy, Julius. Where is it?
Right here at the crib. How do you like it?
How'd he get hurt? What a broken down... Julius, that's my new Cadillac.
Looks good with the fenders off, don't it? I also took off the hood and removed the muffler.
Well, what did you do that for?
How else can you make a hot rod? Looks sporty, don't it?
Julius, you've got the top down.
What's wrong with that?
It's a sedan.
I know. It wasn't easy getting the top off. I had to do it with this can opener.
Oh, no. You little so-and-so, look what you did. You ruined it completely.
Don't get excited. I'll buy you a new can opener.
I'd break your...
That's the appreciation I get after fixing your car up nice and painting that snappy slogan on it.
What snappy slogan?
Climb in, Peaches. Here's your can.
Oh.
So that does it. We are not going with those two characters.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't be found dead with those two cornballs. Come on, girls. We'll go to the rally alone. Goodbye, Phil. See you in the morning.
But Alice, wait a minute. I'm not... Alice. Remley, they don't want us.
How do you like that? We get all dressed up for the occasion and no place to go, and we're just going to have to...
All right, take it easy. Take it easy, Frank. Hey, I'll tell you what. You still got them canoe cushions?
Yeah?
Well, then come on. I'll take you for a paddle in MacArthur Park.
How cozy. But wait, I got a better idea.
What?
Let's go back in your house and make a batch of bathtub gin.
Jumping Jupiters, what a peachy idea. Ooh-wee.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Now you can enjoy the music you want when you want it. Now you can enjoy it at its best with RCA Victor's modern system of recorded music, the 45. The moment you listen to RCA Victor's 45 system of recorded music, you'll recognize in a flash the beauty of lifelike clarity and unblemished overtones. And you'll agree the 45 system sounds better. It plays easier, too. Take RCA Victor's new Victrola 45 personal phonograph, for example. It's versatile and practical. It's neat and compact. Why, the Victrola 45 personal phonograph even has a convenient carrying handle. And if you buy the Victrola 45 personal phonograph now, if you buy any RCA Victor instrument that plays 45s exclusively, you'll receive at no extra cost over $6 worth of record albums. So take advantage of this terrific bonus offer brought to you by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations.
You were a wonderful audience, folks. We're a little late. Thank you, and good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Barbara Eiler and Gloria Grant. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, the Theater Guild stars Claudette Colbert and Gregory Ratoff on NBC.
For Swan Soap, it's Bob Hope. With Doris Day, Jack Cookwood, Irene Ryan, yours truly, High Aberback, Les Brown, and his band of renown, and our special guest, Jack Benny.
And here he is. Paramount calls him the Great Lover, but Lever Brothers call him the Great Lather, Bob Hope.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Christmas is Coming Hope, telling all you people that you and Swan Soap ought to get chummy. It's a soap that's good for brother, sister, dad, and mummy. And if you use it, you'll never feel crummy because the lather's so thick you can lie in the tub and build a snowman on your tummy. It's fun. I tried it. Well, I just got back from Texas. It was wonderful to be down in that Texas sunshine where men are men and women are women, especially after California where it's so smoggy you just have to guess. Yes, sir. The whole country's on instruments out here, aren't they? I went to Texas to appear at a milk fund show, see a football game, check an oil well, go quail hunting, and get some rest. It was so much fun, I wish I could have stayed for a second day. I really do. And that Texas is really rugged and rough country. It's the only state where the mules whip Frankie Lane. Eamon Carter gave me a cowboy hat for Phil Harris, a 20-gallon hat. Has 2 faucets and a Filipino bartender. And are they rich in Texas? They refer to Ali Khan as the sharecropper who married our Rita. Rita's husband, Ali Khan, was down in Texas, too. He's trying to strike a midget gusher that will produce baby oil. You know, sweet joke, huh? And they don't have house detectives in the hotels down there. Just a big fan of the transom. Remember, the eyes of Texas are upon you. And over the weekend, I saw the Notre Dame SMU football classic. There was a game. What weaving, bobbing, ducking, and squirming. Then just when I get under the fence, they made me go outside and buy a ticket. When I walked in the stadium, they really rolled out the red carpet. I was wearing my low-cut polo shirt, and they thought I was Princess Margaret. But what a game. It was so tense and exciting. During one play, I looked around at the spectators, and 3 camels were smoking doctors. What a battle. I can't describe how exciting it was, but there was a Chesterfield billboard that went into the stadium, and before the first quarter was over, Arthur Godfrey ran out of cigarettes. Most of the Texas boys are farmers, too, you know. In one play, the SMU quarterback put his hand down to the center to get the ball. The center grabbed his fingers, and before they could stop him, he got 3 quarts of milk. Notre Dame was driving down the field in one play when suddenly the captain said, "We better lose a few yards, fellas. We're too far ahead of Bill Stern." Bill Stern, that's the Laurence Olivier of the sports announcers. When SMU drove down to Notre Dame's goal line, he made it sound so dramatic that a posse rode in from Houston. They thought it was another attack on the Alamo. And in honor of my latest picture, there were signs all over Fort Worth saying, "The Great Lover is coming." When I got off the plane, somebody said, "Is that the Great Lover?" I thought Alvin Barkley was a much younger man.
Say, friends, are you a bathtub baritone or a shower soprano? Because if you don't sing in the bathtub or whistle in the shower, you owe it to yourself to switch to Swan Soap. For Swan's wonderful free sudsing action really makes you want to sing when you bathe. Out of sheer delight. Almost the minute it touches water, this miracle all-purpose floating soap churns up a mountain of suds that rinses away dirt and dust like magic, soothes your tender skin, and leaves you feeling as refreshed and relaxed as a soft breeze on a summer's day. No wonder mothers love to bathe baby in Swan suds. Mild, pure Swan is so gentle and safe, it's ideal for even delicate fabrics. And as for dishes, why, when free sudsing Swan goes into action in your dishpan, dirt and grime just seem to disappear. So switch to Swan today for all your washing chores. Remember, it's the newer, better white floating soap with that wonderful free sudsing action for face, hands, bath, and dishes.
That's Les Brown and his band, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Capitol Records has just released a platter of this number by Maggie Whiting and yours truly. And here now to give it the Swan touch is our Doris Day, ladies and gentlemen. Just a bungalow for two, so right for each other.
We won't need a view. We'll see one another.
No glamour around us.
But aren't you glad we found us? Lucky us. Though we haven't got a maid, they're so interesting.
When we pull the shade, who's seeing, who's hearing?
2 candles aglow.
Our happiness is showing. Gee, lucky us. If we had 1 million, we might want 1 billion and be uneasy on our throne.
But with love beside us, we're richer than Midas.
Meet the royal family, Joan. You know, I'll come home from work at night.
We'll kiss in the doorway.
Check, eyes so shiny bright to welcome me your way.
So happy,
so humble,
too much in love to
grumble. Lucky us. The rich pearly oysters who cluster in cloisters can never see beyond their rock.
You can't kiss a bank book and gold has a blank look.
Who could live and love in Fort now? But Al Jolson. You know, there'll be socks and things to mend.
I'll keep you in stitches.
Oh, that's a joke. Time is all we'll spend with us. Time is riches.
So happy
with all things because we have the small things. Gee, lucky us. Gee, lucky us.
Well, folks, we all know that Christmas shopping costs money. So before Bob started out with his list, he stopped in at the bank. We now find him talking to the manager.
Oh, I wouldn't take up your time like this, Mr. Brooke, but I'm an old customer of the bank, and this is a very important matter.
Very well. Sit down, and I'll see that we're not disturbed. Miss Mullins, cancel my long-distance call to the Bank of England. Tell General Motors I'll be late for the conference, and call Harry at Blair House and tell him we'll have to discuss that $1 billion loan later. And see that I'm not disturbed. I have a very important meeting. Now, Mr. Hope, what is it you wish to see me about?
Well, your calendar came, and I don't like it.
Do you mean to tell me you interrupted my business day for that?
I don't like the calendar, that's all. I don't like it. Even my grocery store gives me one with a picture of a gorgeous petty girl in a negligee. Who wants to see Grandma Moses in a bare midriff?
Grandpa Moses. Now get out of here and don't bother me.
You get out with that egg, will you, please? Well, I'm almost up to the teller's window. It sure was a long way.
May I help you?
Yes. Are those real $1,000 bills?
That's right.
Gee, is that stack over there real $5,000 bills? And are those $10,000 bills?
Yes.
Gee, what beautiful money.
Would you mind stepping back, please? I'm going to close now, and I don't want to shut the window on your eyeballs.
Well, how do you like that guy shutting the window before I got a good look? But I can't get over that picture on the $10,000 bill. I can understand why Alexander Hamilton is on there, but why should he have his arm around Jack Benny? Well, I better go over to the department store. I have to meet Doris.
Oh, gee, Bob, this store is certainly crowded.
Yeah, but I'm enjoying it. This is an interesting counter. And here's a present that would be just perfect for Crosby. A money belt with little suspenders around it.
Bob, that's the lingerie department.
Well, I don't know about those things. I've never seen an unabridged Sears Roebuck catalog.
Oh, Bob, look, have you seen these new personality dolls? They're made to look just like celebrities.
Yeah, I know. Have you seen this one of Margaret Truman? It's great. You just press a button and it leaves on a concert tour. And have you seen the one of me, Doris?
You?
Yes, since my latest picture, they brought out a great lover doll. You should see me as a little doll. I walk and talk and I even make love, just like in real life.
Honest?
Yeah, of course, you have to wind me up.
Yeah, just like in real life.
Doris. Jukebox Jenny. Come over here.
Yes, Bob.
Where did you get that joke?
I got it from Les Brown. Don't you think he should be a gag writer?
I don't know. Let's wait and see how they classify him at the unemployment office. But, Doris, let's go to the gift wrap counter and see if our...
Hello, Doris. Hello, Mr.
Well, Miss Ryan. Well, how are you? Did you see that?
Goodness, Mr. Hope, I've never been so upset in my whole life. I should never go out in crowds like this.
Well, you are a little frail for it.
Yes, I am. I should have known an accident would happen, and it did, too. The crowd pushed me, and I backed into one of those pneumatic suction tubes. The next thing I knew, the cashier was poking around in my mouth for loose change.
My, Miss Ryan, your hair certainly looks different.
Well, it ought to. I had to wait till they brought it back to me from the mezzanine. Have you finished your shopping, Mr. Hope?
Well, everything but my Aunt Alice's present. I was thinking of buying her a pair of stockings, but I don't know her size.
Well, her legs anything like mine?
No, hers go straight up and down.
That's cute. Oh, but I'm so
It's a jazzy joke. That's cute. Yeah, all right.
I'm so happy, Mr. Hope. I bought all my gifts this year, and I still have enough money to buy a dress for myself.
Oh, how nice. Miss Ryan, why don't you spend the money for a formal, a strapless evening gown?
Oh, no. Strapless gowns on me are confusing.
They're confusing?
Yes. On me, you can't tell whether it's a skirt that crept up too high or a sweater that slid down too low.
Hollywood Boulevard beautiful, Bob?
Yeah, those Christmas trees really put you in the right mood. I'm really loaded with Christmas spirit.
Oh, Bob, look, there's a Santa Claus ringing his bell.
Yeah, Doris, let's stop and cheer him up. Hello, Santa. Merry Christmas.
What's merry about it, boy? My feet are killing me, and this California sunshine's giving me fog poisoning. I wish I was out in Beverly Hills. The Santa Clauses out there have suits made out of mink trimmed with ermine.
Well, where'd you get that suit you're wearing?
You'd be surprised what you can do with a bottle of ketchup and some long underwear. Oh, things are miserable. Merry Christmas, everybody. Saw something in the tambourine, boy.
You really need it, Santa?
You wouldn't believe it if you could see the broken-down shack my wife and I live in.
Oh, sounds awful.
Oh, it is. The mice come in, take a look at us, and then send swan wrappers to care.
Well, gee, I feel sorry for you, Santa.
Oh, you ain't heard the half of it, boy. If we got thrown out of there, we wouldn't have any place to sleep at all if it wasn't for a friendly cab driver.
You mean you sleep right in...
Yeah. Fortunately, my wife has the kind of a head that fits right into the glove compartment. Merry Christmas, everybody. Saw something in the tambourine, boy.
Bob, I wouldn't give him anything. He sounds phony.
Yeah, why should I give you any money? How do I know it's a legitimate cause?
Oh, now you've hurt Santa's pride, boy. And I call you boy purely on speculation. All this money will be used honestly.
Bob, I'm sure he's not an authentic Kris Kringle.
You should have seen me a couple of weeks ago. The department store furnished me with a real live reindeer.
Well, where's the reindeer now?
Well, it disappeared. And you know something? The manager of the department store accused me of eating it. It was a preposterous accusation.
Well, did you deny it to the manager?
Oh, yes. And I think I would have convinced him of my innocence, but I was picking my teeth with the antlers at the time. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Swan wrappers from America mean soap for Europe's needy. Only 25 Care Swan days left. Send your Swan wrappers to Care, Boston 1, Massachusetts. And now we have a message from Rome, Italy. To hear from the Marchesa Maria Teodoli, national president of Goccia di Latte, an organization whose famous milk bars in Rome provide much-needed milk every morning of the year for over 3,000 undernourished Italian children. Ladies and gentlemen, Marchesa Teodoli.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Hope, for this chance to thank you and all our American friends for the generous gifts of Swam soap you have been sending to our needy boys and girls through your great care organization. If you could just visit our country long enough to see with your own eyes the smiles of pleasure your soap brings to the faces of these youngsters, you would feel even more keenly what a wonderful job you are doing to help ease the tragic after effects of war. Unfortunately, this distressing soap shortage isn't confined to Italy alone. It is all over Europe. The need is desperate everywhere, so keep up your good work by all means, and help make this Christmas a truly clean Christmas for every needy child in Europe. For doing that, I humbly thank all of you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Marchesa Teodori. Yes, Swan Wrappers from America means soap for Europe's needy. Only 25 Care Swan days left. Send your Swan Wrappers to Care, Boston 1, Massachusetts. You can collect Swan Wrappers on your own or as a member of a group or organization. But man, woman, or child, whoever you are, wherever you may be, your help is needed. And your help, however small, will count, too. Because every 2 Swan Wrappers you mail into Care means another bar of soap for the needy children of Europe. So don't delay. Send in your Swan Wrappers now, and keep sending them in as fast as you can collect them to Care, Boston 1, Massachusetts. Remember, only 25 Care Swan days left.
Look, buddy, can't you read the sign? Nobody is allowed backstage here at NBC without a pass. You ain't got a pass, so you can't go in. Now get out of here, Mr.
Benny, Jack Benny.
Jack Benny? Hey, you're the guy that went over to the other network, huh?
Yes.
And now you come back here and you want to go inside. Boy, you got guts.
I've got a General Electric blanket, too.
Now, look, listen, Mr. Benny, I really can't let you in without a pass. Mr. Hope will be through with his broadcast in a few minutes. Why don't you have a seat and wait?
Well, thank you. All right. Dum 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 LSMFT. Dum 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 dum. Gosh, being back here at NBC gives me such a nostalgic feeling. It's almost like coming home. I had so many wonderful times here. Gee, I wish they could afford me. Well, the old place hasn't changed a bit. I used to sit in this very same seat and wait for Mary. I used to walk through that door every Sunday. And look, there's a payphone I used to call home after each broadcast. I wonder... My string is still here, but somebody took the nickel. Yeah, I wonder... Oh, here comes Hope down the hall. My, how he's aged. Look at those bags under his eyes. He looks like a young Fred Allen. No, he looks more like an old Fred Allen. What's the difference? Even a young Fred Allen looks like an old Fred Allen. Just can't get over how awful Bob looks. Huh?
Hey, Mr. Hope, there's somebody here to see you.
There is? Oh, Jack Benny.
Oh, how are you, Bob? Gee, you look wonderful.
Jack, why didn't you come backstage to see me?
Well, I wanted to, Bob, but this man behind the desk wouldn't let me through.
I couldn't let him through, Mr. Hope. He didn't have a pass.
Oh, he just sore because I went over to CBS.
You shouldn't have said that word, Jack. Now we'll all be on bread and water for 30 days. Say, look, Charlie, anytime Mr. Benny wants to see me, he doesn't need a pass.
I was just doing my job, Mr. Hope. You know the stumble bums we get backstage here. How did I know he just wasn't trying to peddle Christmas cards?
Oh, the very idea. Jack Benny peddling Christmas cards. Isn't that ridiculous? Tell him, Jack. Well, go ahead, Jack. Tell him. Okay, I'll take a half a dozen green ones.
Thank you. And, Bob, if you want to buy any of those rubber circus animals, be sure to give me a call. Rochester's at home blowing them up right now.
Well, let's not talk here, Jack. Come on back to my dressing room.
Okay.
Well, make yourself comfortable, Jack.
Fine, I'll just sit in this chair here.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I always sit in that chair.
But I'm sitting in it.
All right, you face the mirror. Can I get you something, Jack? A cigarette?
No, thanks. I just finished one.
Cup of coffee?
Coffee? Gee, it's been weeks since I had a cup.
Well, why? On account of the high prices?
No. Well, it's not that, Bob.
All right, then have a cup.
Oh, how much?
It's free, Jack. And after you're through, I'll wrap up the grounds for you to take home. They'll be delicious with your Saratan. Well, tell me, Jack, what did you want to see me about?
Well, I don't even like to bring this up, Bob, because it's probably an oversight on your part, but your new picture, The Great Lover, is doing so well, and since I was in the picture and more or less contributed to its success, don't you think it's only fair that you, that is, well, I mean...
What are you trying to say, Jack?
Toss something in the tambourine, boy.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, after all, when you called me in to appear in your picture, I thought there was money involved.
Well, there was. You cost Paramount thousands. Remember that week we had to stop shooting so you could go up to Fresno and pick up a few bucks during the grape crushing season?
Well, 30 cents an hour is nothing to sneeze at, you know.
No, and with that stain on your feet, you won't have to buy socks for a year.
There's a nice line for a guest star.
You played it well.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Bless you.
I can't think of another word.
I can, but you can't do it. Now, come on.
Hey, go pretty low to top that. What are you saying?
Get out of Stromboli. Either give me a joke pretty soon or give me my money, will you?
Oh, forget it, Jack.
Forget it. A man my age has to start thinking about money. After all, when you get to be 39, you know, your earning power is cut down a bit.
How old are you?
39. Going on 38.
Oh, that's what I like about you, Jack. You don't keep changing your age. You get one you like and stick to it.
Yeah. Well, Bob, I hate to compromise, but if you'll pay me the money, I'll play one of the songs from your picture on my show next week.
Well, which one?
Well, how about 1,000 violins? I've been practicing it.
You have?
Yes, I have my violin right here. I'll show you. Let me get it out.
Jack, is that a tin cup in your case?
Yes, I keep my rosin in it. And get your foot off that dime.
Okay, let's hear you play 1,000 violins.
Okay. Just want to warm up a little first. I got so much talent it scares me, you know?
Scares me, too. Okay, anytime, Evelyn.
How do you like it so far, Bob?
Sounds like something the mule train left behind.
You know, he's right. I'm a jackass for coming over here.
You played it well. Now, wait a minute. That's not in the song. That's not in the song. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute!
What do you say, Bob? Do I get the money?
Jack, stop talking about the money. Tell you what I'll do. I'll put it in the bank for you. It'll accumulate interest, and someday you'll have a nice nest egg.
A nest egg? Look, great lover, I'm a working man, not an Easter bunny. Bob, I was depending on that money to buy Christmas presents.
Really?
Yes, I was just making up my list. I have to get presents for Mary and her father and mother, her sister Babe and her brother, and something for Dennis and Phil and Don and Rochester.
Well, gee, how much do you need?
Give me $5 and we'll call it.
All thanks for the memories. That's it, huh? I want to thank Jack Benny very much, and also Lucky Strike. Thanks, Jack, for the memory of a swell evening. And I want to say thanks to that big-hearted state of Texas and that Titanic Texan, Monty Moncrief and Eamon Carter, for the memory of the big Milk Fun show in Fort Worth last week. And thanks to Notre Dame and Southern Methodist for the memory of that All-American thriller in the Cotton Bowl. Brother, that one made history. In fact, the Lone Star State is now rewriting a history book to read Remember the Alamo and Never Forget SMU versus Notre Dame. It was one of the greatest exhibitions of college spirit of this or any year. And another wonderful example of college spirit is the Living War Memorial Fund of the University of Southern California. You know, each year on the Trojan campus, an organization of student veterans, Pro-Vets they're called, put on a drive to raise funds for scholarships for the children of their buddies who didn't come back. Good luck, Pro-Vets. Believe me, no touchdown drive can ever equal yours. Good night, folks. Let's get those Christmas packages in the mail early. Let's give our pal the mailman a break. Don't break his back. Good night.
Are you that girl everyone's raving about?
She found her own rave number on the dial-away chart. Now she's my number one rave. She's my sweet, sweetheart.
Rave and only Rave Home Permanent brings you the easy-to-use dial-a-wave chart to end guesswork in home waving. A flick of your finger and there's your rave number, your personal guide to the perfect wave for your kind of hair. So fast, yet so sure, Rave Home Permanent gives you exactly the amount of curl you want. Long-lasting, yet more natural from the very first day.
Coming up, it's Fibber McGee and Molly on NBC.
Bob Hope will make you laugh every day in the Los Angeles Examiner.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castile. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guests Jack Benny, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swan Test. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George is just coming downstairs to leave for the office.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, darling. Look what the postman just brought you. A present from Pat O'Brien.
Oh. I bet Pat is sorry he started that rumor about me being a juggler. Open the package, dear.
All right.
I met him yesterday, and I told him a few jokes. I guess that convinced him I was a comedian. What are you laughing about? What's in the package?
A set of Indian clubs.
Next time I get my hands on that
Oh,
Irishman,
cheer
believe
up,
me.
George. Before long, everybody will know that you're not a juggler. They'll know you for what you really are.
And, what is that?
Well, a singer, of course.
Oh, that. Oh, sure.
I wrote to our sponsor and suggested that you sing on our program every week.
That's the 12th time.
Yeah, but this time he answered.
Say, that's a good sign. Open the letter.
Wait till Bing Crosby hears you sing. He'll retire and start to raise a family.
Oh, Gracie. I'm not better than Crosby. As good, maybe, but, well, open the letter. What does the sponsor say?
Believe me, there are plenty of other big programs that would like to have George Burns as a singer.
Gracie, the letter. Open it. Well?
George, what are some of the other big programs?
Turn me down again, huh?
Oh, never mind, dear. You're a great singer. Even Bill Goodwin said with a voice like yours, you ought to sing in our big Army show.
Army show?
Yes, it's in charge of some officer named Major Bose.
Well, forget it. I better get along to the office.
Yeah, I'll ride down in the bus with you. I have an appointment at the beauty shop.
Okay, let's go.
No way. Before we leave, won't you sing something just for me?
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, please, dear. Just one little glorious burst of melody.
Well, all right. Just a gigolo. Everywhere I go, people know the part I'm playing.
God, you're wonderful. I won't be happy until your voice leaves the whole world the way it leaves me, weak and limp.
Thanks.
Oh, come on. I'm due at the beauty shop in 5 minutes.
Well, what will it be today, Mrs. Burns? A shampoo and set?
Oh, yes, and I'm kind of in a hurry, Josie.
Well, I'll do my best, Mrs. Burns, but we're short-handed, and I have to work on the customer in the next booth, too. The old horse face, I hope he chokes.
He? You mean there's a man in the next booth?
Well, sort of a man.
Josie, where are you?
Oh, that's him. I wish he'd go sit on a hot curling iron.
Josie, come back here. This finger wave of mine stinks.
No, that voice is awfully familiar. I wonder who...
Josie, do you hear me? This finger wave stinks.
All right. Leave your hair on the table, and I'll do it over again.
I'm sure I know that man. What's his name?
I'm not allowed to tell, Mrs. Burns. The old goat scared the newspapers might find out he goes to a beauty shop.
Oh, come on, Josie. Give me a little hint.
Well, he's the stingiest man in Hollywood.
Oh, stingy, huh?
And how? When he gets a mud pack, we have to save the mud for him so he can put it in his victory garden.
Funny. I can't get it from that. Give me another hint.
Well, let's see. He used to drive an old broken-down Maxwell.
No, it's no use. I can't guess who it is.
You're not missing anything. He's tried to date every girl in town, and nobody will go out with him.
Oh, hello, Jack. How's Mary?
Gracie, is that you?
Well, yeah, come on into my booth, Jack.
Oh, sure. Oh. Hello, Gracie. I guess you're surprised to see me here.
Well, yes, I am.
Well, you see, Mary lost her bobby pin the last time she was here. I dropped by to look for it. You know what the bobby pin situation is. Terrible.
Oh, sure.
I bet you thought I was here to get a beauty treatment. Gracie, you sound like you don't believe me.
Maybe that's because I don't.
Well, if I'm lying, may something terrible happen to Phil Harris.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Here's your mud. I wrapped it up for you.
Oh, well. They'll always play too loud anyway.
Well, Jack Benny in a beauty shop. Wait till the girls hear this.
Now, Gracie, look, listen, you must promise promise me. I brought your swan soap. Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Why, Jack Benny, what are you doing here?
Well, I'll tell you, Bill.
Well, Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. Wait till the girls hear this, huh, Gracie? Wait a minute, I just came over to bring some swan soap.
Well, Bill,
Oh, Bill Goodwin has beauty treatment. That's really something to tell the girls, huh, Gracie? Hey, look. The operators here use swan soap. Not only because it's so mild for the customer's complexion, but because that same mildness makes it great at home. For the dishes, light laundry, or for bathing the baby. Swan's the new white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one.
Well, Bill,
Bill Goodwin and a beauty shop. Really, I thought that curly hair wasn't natural.
Now, wait a minute. No girl in this shop has ever laid a hand on me. Except, of course, after working hours.
Oh.
What are you doing here, Benny?
well, I'll tell you, Bill. Jack is...
Bill Goodwin and a beauty I'm getting manicures and everything.
I am not. My hands just happen to look gorgeous because I always wash my dishes with Swan.
Oh.
Swan is great for washing the dishes. Gives you loads of suds. Suds that are so mild and gentle your hands don't get that rough red dish panty look.
Well, Bill...
Goodwin in a beauty shop. And to have his eyebrows plucked. That's something, isn't it?
Now, look, Jack. I told you, I just came here to deliver some Swan soap. Swan's a great wartime buy. What I want to know is, what's Jack Benny doing here?
Well, I'll tell you, Bill.
Bill, oh, nuts. Goodbye.
Gracie, look, for heaven's sake, don't let out my secret. I mean, I don't want everyone I meet to know I've been taking beauty treatment.
Oh, don't worry, Jack. They'll never suspect it.
Well, anyway, don't you tell. If the newspapers get hold of it, I'm cooked, and you know how the gang would kid me on my program.
Oh, yeah, your program. Jack, you don't want this to get in the papers, huh?
No, I'll do anything to keep it out, Gracie. Anything.
Oh, good. Starting Sunday, Jack, George will sing on your program.
George?
Yes.
Sing?
Uh-huh.
Gracie, I've heard prettier noises come out of Carmen Lombardo.
I see. Well, excuse me, Jack. I'm going to telephone a little news item to the paper.
Wait. Oh, you mean George Bird?
Yes.
Oh, George, your husband.
Yes.
Oh, old Sugar Throat.
Sure.
Oh, well, I don't suppose it would hurt if George sang on my program once.
Well, I was thinking of having him sing every week.
No.
No, well, I'll call the paper.
But, Gracie, this is blackmail.
I know. Cute of me, huh?
Yeah, cute.
The Swan Quintet joins our popular tenor Jimmy Cash in an enchanting ballad from the top musical show of the year, Oklahoma.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. There's bright golden haze on the meadow.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow.
Corn is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. Okay.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. Oh, what a beautiful
Well, we're back at the Burns home now. Jack Benny is pleading with Gracie to change her mind as they wait for George to come home from the office.
But why does it have to be my program, Gracie? I mean, why don't you have George sing on Eddie Cantor's program?
Well, because I didn't catch Eddie Cantor in a beauty shop with his toupee and curlers.
Hey, there must be some other show he can go on. Maybe Gabriel Heater needs a singer.
Or Mr. Anthony? I mean, why don't you let George be his problem?
Oh, you amaze me. How can Jack Benny, who has the greatest talent in the world, fail to recognize George's talent?
Oh, do you really think I have the greatest talent in the world?
Well, certainly. Rochester, Dennis Day, Mary Livingston.
Oh, I see.
And now I've got a big thrill for you. I have your program for next Sunday night all planned.
You have?
Yes. It'll be the new and entertaining Jack Benny program featuring George Burns, California's answer to Frank Sinatra.
I can't do it, Gracie. I mean, I can't allow George to sing.
So shall I call the papers and tell them about the beauty shop?
He sings.
Now, listen to the way I have the program all worked out. You're the star, so of course you come out first.
Thank you.
Your line is, hello, and then George comes out for his opening number.
I just say hello.
Well, we could make it hello, everybody.
No, I don't want to hog the whole show.
Well, then George sings his second number, and back you come again.
Good.
To announce George's next number.
I hope my throat stands up.
And then right after that, Dennis Day comes in.
Dennis Day?
Yes.
Well, doesn't George do all the singing?
Well, yes, but I thought you might want a few laughs on the program.
Oh, yeah, I'll be glad to have them. I will, yes.
Then as soon as George finishes his next number, I'll come...
Now, wait a minute. Gracie, George can't sing the whole program. I mean, he's not that good. I know music, I'm a musician.
You are?
Well, I play the violin, don't I? Well, don't I?
You're cute.
Look, Gracie, all that I'm...
Why, Jack Benny.
Hello, George. How's the juggling game?
I'm not a juggler. Why doesn't everybody stop with that?
Oh, now, dear, don't get excited. Jack has some marvelous news for you. Tell him, Jack. What's that? I think I'll go call the papers.
All right. I'll tell him.
Oh, good. I'll run out and make some coffee.
Well, Jack, what is it you want to tell me?
Well, first, I'd like to remind you that you're my dearest friend, George.
And you're my dearest friend, Jack.
I mean, you're even more than a friend to me, George.
You're even more than a friend to me, Jack.
I love you. I love you like a brother, George.
I love you like a brother, Jack.
I mean, I'd never do anything to hurt you, George.
Thanks.
Wait a minute, I'll try that again. I'd never do anything to hurt you, George.
I said thanks.
George, look, I mean, I wouldn't louse you up if you had a comedy program.
If I had a comedy program.
I mean, look, you're my dearest friend.
Look, Jack, what's the news,
I mean,
Jack?
you're even more than a friend to me.
The news, Jack.
Look,
what's the news?
What's hell we've always said,
the news, Jack. You have some news for me.
Look, remember the time in Cincinnati when you were broke and I gave you $10?
It was Cleveland, Jack, and I gave you $20.
Well, I have the state right. It was Ohio.
Yeah, the news, Jack. What's this news you have for me?
Well,
yes.
Well, dear, did Jack tell you the news?
No, not yet. He's been leading up to it by the way of Cleveland and Cincinnati.
Jack, I'll bet little Abner won't be the funniest thing in the paper tomorrow.
Oh, all right. George, look, I want you to sing on my radio program.
Why, Jack Benny.
Now, don't be
Really?
hasty, George. I mean, don't jump at it. Think it over for the duration.
I don't have to. I'll sing a dozen songs for you, pal, and it won't cost you a cent.
For free?
Sure.
No. I can't think of it that way.
Well, all right, then you can pay me.
No, I can't think of it that way either.
I know what's making Jack hesitate, dear. He hasn't heard you sing recently. Sing Ain't Misbehaving for him.
Sure, glad to.
Sit down, Jack.
No, I'll take it standing up.
Now, come on, dear.
No one to talk with all by myself. No one to walk with. I'm happy on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for. Oh, baby, love you. Really saving love for you.
He doesn't juggle at all.
No.
I know for certain you're the one I love.
I'm through with flirting. It's you that I'm thinking of. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for. Oh, baby, my love for you.
Jack, what makes you think he's a juggler?
He must be.
Jackie Horner in the corner. Don't go nowhere. And I don't care for all your kisses that you gave me, baby. Daddy, daddy, daddy.
I might be blood and guts, but that's just guts.
I don't stay out late and I don't care to go. I'm home about 8, me and my radio. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for you.
Well, Jack?
Gracie, call the newspaper.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. Tonight, from Felix's memory album, it's Honeysuckle Rose.
Something? I got the impression that Jack Benny didn't like my singing.
Oh, George, that's silly. Didn't you hear him tell me to call the newspapers? He wants to give them a big story about you.
Yeah, but I noticed that while I was singing, he kind of turned green.
Oh, well, of course he turned green. You sang exactly like John McCormick.
Oh, so that's what it was.
Sure. Now, I'll go in and talk to Jack. You stay here and spray your precious little adenoids.
Okay. From time to time and every time.
Jack?
Yeah?
Well, naturally, you were joking before when you told me to call the newspapers, weren't you?
Not me, Gracie. Look, I'd rather have everybody know I was in a beauty shop than have Sugar Throat smell up my program.
Well, I'm warning you. I'll phone the paper.
Phone them.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
Phone them.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
Phone them.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
For Pete's sake, phone them.
No, Jack, no, I can't. I'm too fine, too decent. I can't stoop to blackmail when I see it isn't working.
Now, please don't think I'm a heel, Gracie. I'm kind of animals. I'm fond of children, but I just don't like George's voice.
Oh, you're fond of children, huh?
I love them.
Oh, poor little Junior.
Poor little who?
Junior. He'd be so proud if he knew that his daddy had sung on the Jack Benny program.
Gracie, you mean...
Yes. George and I are parents now. He's the father and I'm the mother.
Gee whiz, I can't believe it. When did it happen?
Well, I don't remember exactly. We were so excited at the time.
Well, I'll be darned. Good old George has a baby. It hardly seems possible.
Yes. I was amazed when George told me.
I just can't get over it, Gracie. I'm so happy for you. So happy for George. Who does the kid look like?
Like me?
I'm so happy for the kid. Say, could I see him? I'm crazy about kids.
Really, Jack?
Oh, sure. I mean, many's the time I bought a bag of candy and blew up the bag to amuse a kid. Imagine good old George, your father.
Well, you can do something awfully nice for Junior. Let his father sing on your program.
Gracie, I'm mad about children.
Now,
but that...
please, Jack. The baby adores you. When you're on the air, he lies in his crib gurgling with his little foot in his mouth. When Fred Allen's on, he puts his foot in his ear.
Gee, what a smart little rascal.
I know you'll do it for Junior. I can look in your sensitive blue eyes and tell that you won't disappoint him.
They are blue, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
All right, George can sing one song just for the baby.
Well, let him sing 2 songs. We're expecting another one.
Really?
Yes.
Good old George.
Did I hear somebody call me?
No, we were talking about you. Gracie told me everything. Congratulations, George.
You mean I can sing a song on your program?
Yes, sir. You deserve it. Gracie tells me there's going to be another one.
Well, 2 would be fine if it's all right with you.
Well, why not? Have you picked out a name for the second one?
Would you like Moonglow?
Moonglow Burns. Won't that be just a little too corny?
Oh, I don't think so, Jack. You know, while you were away, I took a few lessons from Crosby.
You did?
Yeah.
Now, George, I know Jack's in a hurry.
Yes, I'll be going. But, George, first, can I see the nursery?
Well, Jack.
The nursery?
Hiya, folks. What goes on?
Oh, Bill, am I glad to see you.
Bill, I just heard the news. Now, why didn't you tell me that George and Gracie had a...
Yes, Bill. Oh, why didn't you tell Jack what George and I had?
Well, what did you have?
An idea for you to announce Jack's program, and George sings on it.
Huh?
But well, that's a great idea, Jack. I'd be glad to.
Now, wait a minute. I have an announcer, Don Wilson.
Well, okay, you can have 2 announcers.
Don Wilson is to announce.
But Don can't announce your program, Jack. He doesn't know anything about Swan soap.
Swan soap?
Well, sure. He doesn't know that Swan is the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in 1. The soap for dishes, light laundry, bathing the baby, or for your hands and face. Don doesn't know that.
Well, I could teach him. I mean, what am I saying? I don't sell soap. I sell grape nuts flakes.
Well, but that's ridiculous, Jack. Can you bathe a baby with grape nuts flakes?
Well, I wouldn't want to answer that until I've talked to my sponsor.
Well,
They're very resourceful, you know.
Well,
They may be working on that right now.
Well, I can tell you the doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. Swan is so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. It's pure as fine Castile, too, so you know it must be great for your complexion.
Gee, bathing a baby. You ever bathe that little darling of yours, George?
Don't be silly. We take showers.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he means us. But the Swan is great for bathing the baby.
Oh, yes, and Gracie breaks it in 2 so she can...
Breaks it in 2?
Well, sure, Jack. Swan breaks in 2 so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and light laundry and half in the bathroom for the baby or for your tub or shower.
Oh, well, look, Bill, don't bother to tell me about Swan soap because I'm just using George on my program, not you. You see, I'm only doing it for Junior.
Junior? Well, yes, George. That's what Jack calls you because you're so much younger than Jack.
No, look, I mean the baby.
The baby?
Well, yes, that's what he calls me because I'm so much younger than you.
No, Gracie, look, I'm talking about your child.
Child?
Well, goodbye, Jack. See you at rehearsal Sunday.
Wait a minute. Gracie, what does he mean, our child?
Oh, dear. I knew there was something I forgot to tell you.
We haven't got a child.
You Well, so that's it, Gracie. Just to get George on my program, you invented a baby.
Oh, no, I can't take credit for that. They were invented years ago.
Don't try to get out of it. I don't want to sing on the radio if I have to get on by tricks. Now apologize to Jack.
I'm sorry, Jack.
And don't ever do a thing like that again.
I won't, dear.
Ever, understand?
Yes, dear.
Come on, Jack. I'll walk you down to the corner.
My goodness, George, what you go through with us.
Hello, Pippa? This is Gracie. Would you and Molly let George sing your program next week? Yeah, I know you've got a singer, but I thought you might do it for Junior. Yes, you see, he's just had a baby. This is so fun.
George and Grace will be right back. I'm just going to be here long enough to remind you that the government needs your waste kitchen fats more than ever before. Now, I know sometimes it's a lot of trouble to render the extra fat you trim from meat and to strain all your waste fats from roasting and frying. Those waste fats are so urgently needed for making glycerin. That glycerin is so necessary for making ammunition that I know you won't mind doing whatever you can. So don't forget, huh? Turn those waste fats into your butcher and keep turning them in. Well, here they are again, those ever-loving Burns, George and Gracie.
George, I've got some wonderful news. Little McGee wants you to sing on his program.
Really?
Yes. And when he comes over to close the deal, would you sort of fold this napkin into a triangle?
What?
Well, for some silly reason, he thinks we have a baby.
Again?
Good night,
Good night.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station again next week, same time. Don't forget, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Now, till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night, everybody.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing I'll Dance at Your Wedding.
You'll soon be walking down the aisle with someone by your side. The bells will ring, the choir will sing, the groom will kiss the bride. Oh, what a day that's gonna be. They'll come from everywhere. And when they play, oh, promise me, I promise I'll be there. I'll dance at your wedding. I'll dance at your wedding. I'll dance at your wedding. I'll have a wonderful time. I'll drink to your father. I'll drink to your mother. Then I'll have another for a whole lang syne. I'll kiss all the ladies, the young and old, and then I'll have myself another drink and kiss them all again. I'll dance at your wedding. I won't miss that wedding. I'll dance at your wedding. Am I gonna shine at your wedding and mine? I'll drink to your your father, I'll drink to your mother, then I'll have another for auld lang syne. I'll kiss all the ladies, the young and old, and then I'll have myself another drink and kiss them all again. I'll dance at your wedding, I won't miss that wedding. I'll dance at your wedding, am I gonna shine at your wedding and why?
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, one of the pleasant things about Christmas shopping is the pause for refreshment afterwards. And in Weaverville, the favorite spot for that is a recently opened little place featuring a gypsy fortune teller and called, with great originality, the Little Gypsy Tea Room. We find a familiar trio occupying one of the tables this afternoon. There's Herbert Anderson, his daughter Mildred, and our young hero, Dennis Day, all waiting for the gypsy to unveil to them the mysteries of the future.
Gee, it's sure swell of you to take Mildred and me out to tea, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, well, we only live once, my boy. I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves.
Oh, we are, Daddy. But how did you ever manage to get the money for it?
Well, I'm afraid I did something a little unethical. I promise you won't tell.
Oh, of course we won't. But what did you do?
I got up earlier than Poopsie this morning and went through my pants pockets.
Gee, I bet you hereafter she keeps the money in her own pants. Oh, I forgot they have no pockets.
I'm glad you did it, Daddy. Golly, I can't wait to hear our fortunes. Can you, Dennis?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I'm a little scared of what she'll tell me.
Well, why? Have you had your fortune told before?
Yeah, I dropped a penny in a scale one day, and a card came out saying, you weigh 153. Now turn over this card and read your future.
And what was on the back of the card?
Just one word. Boy.
Who believes in a silly sidewalk scale? Princess Romagna's a real gypsy. She knows the truth.
Look, she's free now, Dennis. Call her over.
Okay. Yo, Princess Romagna, over here, please.
How do you do? You are desirous of consulting with the gypsy?
Yes. We like our fortunes told, Princess.
Certainly, dearie. Would you like just your immediate future, or can I interest you in something from the cradle to the grave?
Well, whatever you see in our tea leaves.
All right. Let's have your cup, dearie. Oh, my, I seem to see a man in your life. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, it is.
He's dark, handsome, very distinguished looking, and terribly intelligent.
Oh, isn't she wonderful, Dennis?
What's so wonderful? She was looking right at me.
Tell me, Gypsy, are we going to be married someday?
Yeah. And look, do you see the 4 little specks of tea leaves at the side of the cup? That means you're going to have 4 children.
Pardon me, but one of those little specks is a fly.
so one of the children will be born in an aeroplane.
Oh, isn't that romantic? Now you, Daddy.
But I wasn't drinking tea, Mildred. All I had was a cup of coffee and a cigar.
Oh, that's okay. I do just as well with ashes. Flick a few toward Mecca.
No, I don't want to know my future. I'm content to just let my little poopsie push me toward it.
Well, okay. Let's have your cup, Sonny.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Here you are.
Thank you. Let's see now. Oh, my, what's this? The leaf says there's going to be a big change in your life.
Gosh, really?
Yeah, and soon. Maybe even this very day. Or tomorrow.
Oh, Dennis, isn't that marvelous?
Boy, I'll say. Are you sure, Gypsy?
Positive. Kismet is about to take a hint.
Gosh, and I never even met the fellow.
Kismet means fate, son.
Oh, can you see any more in the leaves, Gypsy? Can you tell me what I'm going to...
I'm sorry, but that is all the leaves reveal, Sonny. And now I have other customers, so if you'll kindly cross my palm.
Yes, of course, Gypsy. I have some silver right here to cross it with.
Silver? Look, let's get all the way across, shall we, with some of that stuff that bends?
Oh, yes. Well, here you are now. Thank you, Princess.
Shalom Aleichem, I'm sure. Bye.
Gosh, just think my whole life's going to be changed. Now, I may even have a completely new personality, huh?
Well, it's possible, I guess.
Boy, come on. I can hardly wait for tonight to come so I can go to bed and wake up in the morning and meet myself.
Well, so you finally got home.
Oh, hi, Mother.
Oh, evening, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello, Butterball.
Oh, Mother, we had the most...
That can wait, Mildred. You and your father step outside for a moment. I have a few words to say to this young man here. Alone.
Me?
Yes, you.
We'll see you later, Dennis. Come on, Daddy.
Mildred, if Kismet shows up, send him right in. I think I'm going to need him.
Dennis, I'll come right to the point. Do you know that my patience with you is exhausted?
Well, I knew that in my case it tired very quickly, but what have I done lately?
Are you aware that your room rent is 2 weeks overdue?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I realized it last night when I noticed that my bed was missing.
Dennis, I've strung along with you in the past because I hoped you'd change.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
But look at you. The same $8 a week job. The same miserable prospects. The same lame excuses about the rent for 2 years. You're even wearing the same sweatshirt you wore the day you came here. Is there anything to recommend you?
Not unless you admire consistency.
Well, I don't. I want my $12 or out you go.
But gee, Mrs. Anderson, how can you feel that way? It's almost Christmas time. The very air in this house should be filled with the Christmas spirit.
Well...
I can breathe it for $12, huh?
Exactly. And you've heard my last word on the subject.
Well, so this is Kismet. Gee, I can't wait for the next wonderful change in my life. I wonder what it'll be. Appendicitis or athlete's foot?
That you, Dennis?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Good morning. I've been waiting for you, son. I have something to tell you. And it's rather big news, my boy.
Big news? You mean, is it something that will change my whole life, is it?
It's just that, my boy.
Kismet, at last, at last.
Yeah?
Quick, what is it? Tell me the glorious news. Quick.
Well, starting Monday morning, you'll be out of a job.
Huh?
That's right. I'm selling the store, son, so of course I'll have to let you go.
How could that Kismet turn out to be such a stinker?
I'm sorry, son, but you know I've always wanted a ranch out west. And now that I've found a rich young sucker to buy the store, I can have one at last.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Willoughby, this new owner, couldn't you recommend that he keep me on here?
Dennis, he's a member of my lodge. I couldn't do that to a fellow bald eagle.
Oh.
Besides, he's giving me $8,000 for this place. That's enough of a beating.
Gosh, $8,000?
Yes, exactly the price of the ranch I'm buying. Of course, I did want another place at $12,000, but unfortunately the bank turned down my application for a loan.
Your credit is no good?
Well, as a storekeeper, yes, but not as a rancher. They said unless I had someone in with me who knew all about ranching, they... Hey.
What?
Son, how would you like to be my brother Clarence?
I think I'd hate it.
I mean just long enough to go over to the bank and tell them that you're my brother from out west. That you know all about cattle ranching and that you're going to run my place for me. Then they'll give me the money for the ranch I really want.
But, Mr. Willoughby, isn't that a little sneaky?
Certainly not. I'll pay back the loan. You think they call me Honest Homer Willoughby for nothing?
Yes, sir.
Well, they don't. Now, look, Dennis, if you can put this over for me, I'll see that the new owner keeps you on.
Gee, do you mean it?
I do. And what's more, you'll get a $5 raise.
$5? Boy, you spend other people's money like it was other people's money, don't you?
Well, naturally. Now, run over to that costume place and get yourself a Western outfit and a handlebar mustache. Then hop right down to the bank and get to work on Mr. Courtney. Okay?
Yeah, I guess I haven't got much choice.
Fine. And remember, you're no longer Dennis Day.
I'm not?
Of course not. You're my brother Clarence.
Oh, that's right. Gee, I hope when Kismet comes up with my permanent change, I'll come from a better family.
Yes? Mr. Willoughby to see me? No, tell him I... Oh, his brother. All right, Miss Flood, have him come in. That's funny. I didn't know Willoughby had... I suppose I might as well see him. Come in.
Howdy there, partner. I'm from the land of the Golden West out way yonder there. Willoughby's my handle, Saddle Sore Willoughby of the B-Bar H.
You don't say.
I sure do, partner. What say we hunker down by the fire and palaver a spell, hey?
Well, I have no fire, but you can hunker down in that chair if you care. I'm sure you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you. You're right. This is darn good hunkering.
Good. Now, what's on your mind, Mr. Willoughby?
Well, it's about my brother Homer's loan, partner. Guess he didn't tell you I was going to run his ranch for him, hey?
He never even told me he had a brother, much less one that knew ranching. Why didn't he say something about it yesterday?
Settle back, son. I'm ready for that one. You see, he never knew until today that he had a brother.
What? Weren't you raised together?
Sure, but you know how close-mouthed us Western folks are. Ma just never told him who I was.
Didn't it ever occur to him to ask her?
Us Willoughbys ain't the nosy kind, Bob.
I find that story very hard to believe, Mr. Willoughby.
Well, give it everything you got, partner. It's the best I can do.
So you claim to be an experienced cattle rancher, eh?
You bet. Been a raising and a selling cattle since I was born. My pa had the biggest cattle ranch in all of Wyoming.
Oh? How many head did he have?
Why, one, of course, same as me.
I'm talking about heads of cattle.
Oh.
How many did he sell in an average year?
Oh, he didn't sell them that way, son. You had to take the whole animal, feet and everything.
Saddle sore. When we speak of a head of cattle, we're talking about the entire animal.
You don't say.
It's a fact. Now, how many head of cattle did your father have on this ranch of his?
Oh, shucks, partner. I never could count them. We had about 1,000 cows and as many calves.
And how many bulls?
None. We figured bulls was too vicious, so all we had was cows.
Well, that's not a bad trick if you can work it.
Huh?
No, but I don't think you can. No, brother, are you a faker?
Hold on there, partner. Smile when you say that, or I'll stick you good with my cowpoke. Will you?
With your cowpoke. Oh, this is murder.
I said smile, partner. I didn't tell you to milk it.
Ah, you're wonderful, friend. You really are. Now, will you be good enough to tell me what this is all about?
Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Courtney, I'm Dennis Day, see?
Well, by George, so you are. That mustache.
Yes, sir. It was Mr. Willoughby's idea. See, he's pretty desperate for that loan, and he thought it was like
excuse me. Yes? My wife's nephew. Confound my wife's nephew. Tell him I'm out. Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'll see him tonight at the house. My wife's relatives, every time I draw a breath, there's more of them on my neck. Her mother in one room, her sister in another, and her two cousins in a third.
Gee.
A man's home is supposed to be his castle. You know what my wife has done to mine?
It looks like she's lowered the drawbridge too often.
Yes, and now her nephew and his wife. And this morning he asked me to recommend an obstetrician. Do you know what that means?
No, sir.
An obstetrician is a baby doctor.
Gee, maybe they're going to have, if you'll pardon the expression, a baby.
Oh, of course they are, drat it. But why do they have to come here and live with me? Oh, what I wouldn't give if they'd moved to another town.
Yeah, I guess you... Hey, what would you give?
Huh?
Well, supposing I went to this nephew of yours and told him I was the doctor you recommended. If I could convince him that Weaverville was a terrible place to have babies, he'd move, wouldn't he?
Why, by golly, young man, you have brains.
It does seem that way for the moment, doesn't it?
Yes, and you're right. He would move, but fast.
Sure. And as a return favor, you'd agree to loan Mr. Willoughby and me $4,012 in cash.
Well, why the $12?
Well, it's sort of a down payment. I'd like to lie down again. Is it a deal?
Well, all right, I guess so. Here's my nephew's address. His name is Prince. Now, don't forget, you're a baby doctor.
Okay. Gee, first a store clerk, then a rancher, then a baby doctor. That Kismet sure is a busy little guy.
Yes, did you wish to see someone?
How do you do? I am Dr. Rittenhouse Weizkapfon und Fu, Himmelschlager from way down Dorten there in Vienna der Dorten, if you please.
Oh, you must be the doctor my uncle recommended.
The very same. Now, I understand that, or rather your wife, the both of you are...
We're expecting a baby.
I'm almost certain that's what you'll get.
I hope so.
Now then, where are you planning to raise this baby?
Where? Why, right here, of course.
In Weaverville?
Why, sure.
Ach, du lieber, hach mir nicht kein Scheine.
I don't understand, Doc. Is there something wrong with that?
My dear friend, you want a fine bouncing baby, is that not so?
That's not possible here.
In Weaverville, they are just lying flat.
Golly.
I'm telling you, we got diseases here no one else ever even heard of. Did you ever hear of the Weaverville creep?
The Weaverville creep?
Every kid in Weaverville gets it.
My gosh. What is it? What does it do to them?
For a year after they're born, they can't walk.
No.
Not only that, but when they get to be about 8 years old, all their teeth fall out. I could go on forever, but maybe you'd rather not hear it. Maybe you've already decided to move your little family away from here, yeah?
Well, no.
In that case, I continue. Now, suppose that you are a very lucky man who manages to bring up a baby who is healthy. Do you realize that in this town also grow the meanest kids in ganze Welt bestoppen, reiten, verloben? Every single one of them. We gotta spank them the minute they're born.
My goodness.
Ach, and the delinquency here. 95% of the children in this town are juvenile delinquents, and the other 5% shoot pool.
Doesn't the town council do anything about all this juvenile delinquency?
Town council? Why should they worry? They're too busy putting through laws to make it illegal to put anything but saloons on street corners.
But what about the drugstores?
They have all been forced to go underground.
But suppose someone was sick and needed medicine in the middle of the night.
They would have to eat pretzels with it.
Good
wonder now if this is the right town to raise my baby in.
It's about time. My boat was getting pretty near shut.
You know, Doc, I think you're right. Gwendolyn and I are packing tonight. We're leaving this town the first thing in the morning.
Good. Say, did I tell you how much calcium we got in the water here? Every kid in town is a bonehead. You better leave.
I already said we were going to.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I already had that line thrown up, so I figured I might as well say it. Well, auf Wiedersehen, Dumka. Mr. Willoughby, Kismet, I did it, Kismet. What? You're in, Mr. Willoughby, and all because of me. Oh, I'm grand, I tell you, grand. Dennis, you may kiss me on the cheek if you wish.
Kiss you?
Sure, pretend you're a Frenchman. Go ahead, have fun.
Now look, Dennis.
Oh, I know. You haven't heard from Mr. Courtney yet. But wait till I tell you the news. You'll cheer.
What news?
Well, I've gotten you the loan for that ranch you wanted. This is a cheer.
Dennis, maybe it's you who should hear the news. You see, my buyer backed out. He phoned a little while ago to tell me the deal was off, and he was coming back to pick up his deposit.
Oh, my gosh. Then that means I'm still your employee?
Don't rub it in. It's tough on both of us.
And what about my $5 raise? Now, there's a silly question if I ever heard one.
Yeah. Well, it's too bad it blew up like this, Dennis, but I don't... Uh-oh, here comes that ex-buyer of mine.
Mr. Willoughby, not that fellow crossing the sidewalk. It can't be.
What? Why, of course it is.
Oh, no, Kismet, no.
Hello, Mr. Willoughby. Here I am for my deposit. Oh, hello, Doc.
Wie geht's?
Doc? Who are you calling Doc?
Why, this gentleman right here. He's the one who advised me to leave town.
What?
Oh, sure. And luckily I found a store in Middletown I like even better
Understand? Why, you?
Mr. Willoughby, no. Be careful. Your blood vessels will spring leaks.
Dennis, say when I'm through with you, your own mother won't recognize you.
Holy smoke. Is this the change I've been waiting for? If I ever get my hands on that Kismet, I'll murder the bum.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing And Mimi. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness, fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant in the orchestra, Dennis returns to our microphone to sing And Mimi.
On the Rue de la Paix, there was once a cabaret, and Mimi. As the night went along, there was suddenly a song, and Mimi. The world seemed to say that they love the cabaret and Mimi. But I knew that when she'd see me, Mimi sang for me all along. Fame and a passion with a passion for dancing with the one that I adore. Taught her the dance, this passion, and for me she's singing no more. There was once a cabaret and Mimi. Now I'm sitting sad and dreamy, just for Mimi and her song. Fame and a patch with a passion for dancing with the one that I adore. For her the dance in its passion, and for me she's singing along the Rue de la Paix. There was once a cabaret and me. Now I'm sitting sad and dreamy, just for Mimi and her
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy, the College of Ivy and the town of Ivy, USA. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, like any other college president or almost any kind of executive, has to make certain concessions to his superior officers. For instance, he must on occasion have lunch with some of the members of the Board of Governors when he would far prefer to spend that hour and a half playing a game of chess with his wife, Victoria, who was, until her marriage, the toast of the English musical comedy stage. With chess at the halls, it doesn't matter much who wins, but a college president must not permit himself to be checkmated too many times by his Board of Governors, even at a luncheon at the faculty club like this one.
Enjoy your lunch, Doctor?
Very much, Mr. Merriweather, very much. I've also enjoyed the opportunity to discuss these matters with the board members present and to have the... Oh, pardon me, Mr. Wellman, but that is my milk you're drinking.
Oh, it is? Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. Thoughtless of me. I thought I had ordered milk myself.
You did, Clarence, and drank that, too. You also ate my strawberries. If you lunch with us often, Dr. Hall, you'll learn to keep an eye on Clarence. The man's a gastronomic kleptomaniac. Order something he likes, and he swoops down on it like a vulture.
Don't be silly, Merriweather. I'm simply a trifle absent-minded. So much on my mind.
If there's anything disturbing you that we haven't talked about, Mr. Wellman, you know, anything I can help with, by all means, let's have it.
Ah, that's the spirit, Doctor. Relieve his mind and protect your lunch.
Yes.
Well, Clarence, what's your trouble? Weak track team this year? Or did you get snubbed by some house mother?
Don't be so flippant, Merriweather.
merely because I happen to take the affairs of this college rather seriously.
Well, we all take them seriously, son. But let's take the long view. In 100 years, after the dust of the last atom bomb is cleared away, nothing we say here today will seem quite worth that long face of yours.
My long face, as you call it, is the result of shouldering my responsibilities and keeping my nose to the grindstone.
That's no grindstone, Clarence. It's my coffee. For Pete's sake, how many things do you drink?
Let me order you some coffee of your own, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, he'd hate it, Doctor. Never touches the stuff.
It happened to be right in front of me.
You'd have found it in a foxhole. Now, go on, Clarence. Finish Dr. Hall's ice cream and tell us your trouble.
Dr. Hall's ice cream? I'm sorry, Doctor. I didn't realize.
No. You're quite welcome to it, Mr. Wellman. Now, was there something you wanted me to do?
Yes, Dr. Hall. It will be necessary for you to address the student body in chapel tomorrow.
Oh?
The Reverend Dr. Gilby is ill, you know.
Oh, I hadn't heard. Nothing serious, I hope?
Oh, I don't think so, Doctor. Just picked up a bug somewhere. By tomorrow, they'll discover a new miracle drug to cure him. By next week, they'll find the new miracle drug makes his ears fall off. You can't wait.
Well, I'm sincerely sorry to hear about Dr. Gilby's illness. And, of course, I'll address chapel tomorrow. Although I haven't not much experience in clerical oratory. But now, if you gentlemen will excuse me...
Oh, sure, Doctor. I think we're all through. This is my lunch, you know.
Oh, thank you.
Why don't you let me take the check for change, Marietta?
All right.
Waiter. Check, please.
Dr. Hall's at a luncheon, Miss Lee, but I'm sure he'll be home very soon if you'd like to wait.
I'm afraid I'd better not, Mrs. Hall. Thank you. My train leaves in an hour. But Dr. Hall has always been so nice to me. He's such a fine man. I thought I owed it to him to explain why I'm leaving Ivy.
Leaving Ivy, Miss Lee? But I thought... aren't you the Margaret Lee who's up for president of the student council?
Was, Mrs. Hall. The field is now open for a new candidate. One with lower marks, possibly, but a higher social standing. Perhaps one whose family is less than 4,000 years old. Oh, Mrs. Hall, my father was so proud of me. And now...
No, please, dear. Now sit down. There. Why don't you cry a little? It helps sometimes, you know. Tears are a sort of window washing operation. You see things a little more clearly through the panes.
I've cried myself dry, Mrs. Hall. Some of it was self-pity, I guess, and some of it was... Well, I suppose I just overrated the decency of the student body.
I think it far more likely, my dear, that a few members of it have underrated you. You mustn't condemn an institution because some of its windows rattle. Dr. Hall is going to be very disturbed about this.
Do you know how vicious student politics can be, Mrs. Hall?
Oh, no, I'm afraid I don't, my dear. But if they're anything like backstage politics, which I happen to have known intimately, they can give you a pretty rough time. I've been up against a great deal of snobbery and discrimination myself.
In England, as an English woman, among English people.
Yes, and here, too. In fact, 4 or 5 weeks ago, I wasn't sure that I was welcome at Ivy. Even Dr. Hall was none too certain. But your case cuts a little deeper. I realize that.
You'll never know how deep, Mrs. Hall, I hope. I flattered myself that I'd been accepted, that my scholarship record and my fitness for the presidency would make up for my being an alien, but... Well, the organized ostracism...
Oh, I'm sure, Margaret, that a handful of unthinking...
Don't try, Mrs. Hall. My people have always won by retreating. Maybe I'm making history. I'm retreating without winning. I guess I just didn't realize how well the Exclusion Act was enforced.
I'm afraid I'm not too well equipped to cope with this, Margaret. But I'm sure you know how I feel about it.
I do, Mrs. Hall, and I'm grateful. And please tell Dr. Hall how I appreciate everything he's...
Home, Mr. Sailor, home from the sea. Have you, my Popsy, a welcome for me?
Take it, matey. Have a nice luncheon.
Yes, my dear, quite pleasant. Mr. Wellman paid the check.
Nice of him.
Nice of him. My dear girl, you can't dismiss an announcement of this importance with any such offhand remark. Mr. Wellman paying a luncheon check is as world-shaking as the discovery of the wheel.
You mean Mr. Wellman is tight, Toddy?
Tight is rather a brutal way to express it, Victoria, but I find it charmingly accurate. Mr. Wellman is extremely imminent in the sense of being close. I have heard that he launders his pipe cleaners.
I suppose he got so tremendously rich throwing his money about.
Vicky, darling, Mr. Wellman throwing his money about is a spectacle which Mr. Cecil J. DeMille...
B.
Hmm?
Cecil B. DeMille, B for bathtub.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes. Mr. Wellman throwing his money about is a spectacle which Mr. Cecil B. DeMille wouldn't even attempt. When I recall how generous, yes, even spontaneously generous, Mr. Wellman has been with his millions for this school, and how frugal he can be with... Vicky...
Hmm?
What's wrong?
Wrong? What do you mean?
Oh, I mean, my dear, that no one can love someone as much as I love you and not be instantly aware of a shadow on that someone's face. Tell me, please.
Oh, Toddy, I wish this hadn't come up. You have so many things to cope with.
What's the matter? Did something happen while I was out at lunch?
Well, not to me, dear. In fact, it has nothing to do with me personally, except that, well, it's disturbing to see any youngster with a broken heart. Do you know a student called Margaret Lee?
No, I don't think so. Wait a moment. Lee. Yes, a very neat and rather frail girl, quite intelligent looking.
That's the one.
Well, of course I know her. Of her, rather. A fine student.
Not anymore, William. She's gone home. I did my best to persuade her to stay and talk to you, but I doubt if even you... Oh, it was really very sad.
Now, my dear, don't distress yourself. This is my problem now. Sit down and tell me about it. Tell me the whole story.
Well, as you know, Margaret Lee came to this country for her education. She chose Ivy. And during her 2 years...
This is a wicked thing, Vicky. The antithesis of everything we have tried to instill in the men and women here at Ivy. I'm sorry that I wasn't here in time to talk to the girl.
I'm afraid I handled it rather badly, William. She was so depressed and discouraged that... Well, I don't know too much about this part of the job. Are campus politics always as bad as this?
Oh, no, of course not. But I must say that I sometimes stand aghast at the utter ruthlessness of these young people. Young, of course, is the key word in that admission. They're all children... callously pulling the wings off butterflies. As far as I'm concerned, one of the chief purposes of education, the chief purpose, if you like, is to impart an understanding of the butterfly's viewpoint. Whenever I hear of a student being made the victim of prejudice, I feel that I've failed in some... Yes, Penny?
Beg pardon, sir, but there was a message from the Reverend Gilby. Seems like he was took sick, sir, and wanted to know if you
yes,
could...
Yes, I know. I received the message at lunch, Penny. Thank you.
I've got a Bible, sir, if you'd care to borrow it.
I have a Bible, Penny. Thank you.
Most welcome, sir. Any time at all.
Well, it's turning out to be quite a day. What was that all about?
Well, Dr. Gilby, the chaplain, is ill. I am pinch-hitting for him, if that isn't too irreverent a word, in chapel tomorrow morning. Vicky, I don't want you to come. I feel I should be very inadequate.
Oh, nonsense, Toddy. You'll do a lovely performance. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if you were held over for a second week.
Held over, Victoria, is not very good ecclesiastical terminology.
Yeah, I know. I love Dr. Gilby, and he has everybody with him from the Te Deum to the recessional. But you'll be wonderful, too. Did you ever hear Charles Lawton give a Bible reading?
No, and I must say it sounds quite unexpected.
Unexpected, but intensely interesting. And funny, too. In fact, it inspired me to do a great deal more Bible reading.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't Mr. Lawton's elocutionary gifts. But if Captain Bligh can do it without the congregation resorting to... mutiny, maybe Dr. Christian Hall can rely on the students' bounty of generosity. I say, that was rather good, wasn't it?
It was splendid. Just go on like that and you'll wow them.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Before we return to the halls of Ivy starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman, let's listen to the story of a man who not only kept up with the Joneses, but found himself considerably ahead of them simply by doing the most natural thing in the world.
Last night I told Ethel, that's my wife, Ethel, you shouldn't be so self-conscious. The Joneses will just have to take us for what we are. But you know women. And Ethel, well, when we've got company coming, especially the Joneses, there's just no living with her. She's so afraid of what they might think. Gets in a regular stew about how she looks, how the house looks, what kind of jokes I'm liable to tell. You know, you probably have a wife of your own. And like your wife, Ethel usually gets herself all worked up for nothing. That's how it was last night when the Joneses came over. The minute they walked in, I could see Ethel was nervous as a cat. So, just to break the ice, I went into the kitchen and got out the Schlitz beer. When I brought it in, Jones started to look interested right away. Said he had heard a lot about Schlitz, but never tasted it. Which was kind of a surprise, because Jones is one of those fellows who's so particular about everything. Always insists on the best, or so he says. Anyway, Jones raised his glass of Schlitz, and we both drank. First thing you know, Jones put his glass down, and with a satisfied look on his face, slapped his knee, turned to Ethel, and said, Ethel, I don't know who deserves the credit, you or that husband of yours, but by George, this is the best glass of beer I've tasted in years. Well, that did it. That's all Ethel needed. You should have seen her face, just like a kid's at Christmas. As for Jones, he never even noticed. He was still busy talking. And he took the words right out of my mouth when he said, no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Surround us here today.
As we return to Ivy, we find a perturbed Dr. Hall striding back and forth in the living room, as Mrs. Hall says.
Toddy, stop pacing. Break into a trot or a single foot or a gallop. Or better still, sit down here with me.
Oh, I'm a little restless, Victoria. That matter of the Lee girl. You know, I went to the station to find her. I thought I might be able to persuade her to reconsider, but I was too late.
I'm awfully sorry. I'm sure you could have done something. You're very persuasive, you know.
Then I wired her aboard the train. But not knowing what space she was occupying, I wasn't any too...
It's the telephone.
I know, I hear it, but where is it? I'm going to put that extension cord on a deep-sea fishing reel with a strong string.
It's right near me somewhere. Oh, here, under the evening paper.
Thank you. Dr. Hall's residence, Spokane, Washington?
Good heavens, the Lee girl must have taken a very fast
Yes,
train
yes, put him on, please. Hello, Frederick? Yes, I am indeed. Now, are you ready? Rook to the King's Bishops 3. Check. Ha, ha, ha. How do you like them apples, Frederick? Goodbye. Poor old Frederick. Lost both nights last September and can't get his queen out.
Oh, don't these long-distance chess games run up some pretty fancy telephone bills?
Oh, not for me, my love. You'll notice that I always received the calls. I never initiate them.
Oh,
I only play cross-country chess with those of my professional acquaintances who are equipped to finance them, and at their invitation. Oh, I'm no Reshevsky, but playing 20 simultaneous games blindfolded, but I'm pretty good.
I didn't know there were any college professors who could afford that sort of playing.
Oh, there are a few. Pitifully few, I must admit. You know the ones who have written cloak and sword novels for Hollywood, under assumed names, of course. And the unmarried ones who prefer to spend their budgets playing chess by phone rather than go night clubbing.
You gave up a lot of things to marry me, too, didn't you?
I certainly did, my darling. Bad meals, dull evenings, risky encounters with emotional undergraduates, and a growing certainty that life was passing me by. Like poor old Frederick in Spokane, without a queen, I was playing a losing game.
Well, Toddy, you're so dependable, particularly when it comes to giving a wife the right answers.
And I think one of the reasons I fell so deeply, and so permanently, in love with you, Vicky, was because you asked the kind of questions I was able to answer.
Oh, one of the reasons I loved you, Toddy, was that if you didn't know the answers, you made them up. But it didn't happen many times.
You've a very gracious memory, my sweet. You asked a million questions I was unable to answer. Remember the evening by the sea at Brighton, with the full moon across the water, and dance music from the hotel, battling the elements to be heard?
It's been a lovely evening, William. I remember it for a long, long, I remember it always.
You won't have to make any effort toward it, Victoria. I'll be reminding you. By mail, by cable, by... Is there such a thing as a carrier seagull?
Well, if there isn't, I'll train a few. Has anyone ever had a pet seagull?
I don't know, my dear. But if I were a seagull and you wanted me for a pet, I'm sure I... Did you shiver? Are you cold?
I've never been warmer. I was just shaking off the thought that we'd ever have to communicate with each other by mail or cable or seagull. Tell me, doesn't a sabbatical ever stretch?
Oh, only when one has wealthy relatives and a disregard for one's job, Vicky. And I have neither. My sabbatical stretches only into next week.
It seems only a week since it started. For us, I mean.
Oh, it started earlier for me. It started when I bought one ticket to give them tears. Because I didn't know where else to go for the evening.
I think I knew you were there, even then.
No, you didn't. That was the night the man who played the vicar had such a cold that you were reading all his lines. You were too busy.
Whatever made you come back?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Not the faintest?
Oh, well, possibly. It was because I just happened to think that you were the most delightful, the most charming, the most enchanting, the most...
Go on.
Go on?
Oh, is that all? I wish you'd come backstage after the first time you saw the play, William, instead of the 27th. It's too bad we can't reach around in time and snatch back a few lost weeks, isn't it?
It was not completely lost, my dear. I saw you almost every night and dreamed of you every day. I was on my way to becoming the traditional absent-minded professor instead of the most timid one. Oh, Vicky, my dear, I am so very fond of you.
And I'm very fond of you, William. In fact, I'm very fond of everything tonight. Life and the sea and the moon and the... Professor, why is the moon always associated with lovers?
Well, considering that I have been in love for such a short time, my dear, I'm rather ill-equipped to answer that question. But, unless I'm wrong, the moon was once part of this earth. And I suppose that lovers are really a little bit apart of each other. They share an orbit of their own.
It's strange, isn't it, that the moon has been shared by millions of lovers and is still on an exclusive basis with all of them. It's our moon, isn't it, William?
Yes. I filed our claim this morning with the Royal Astronomical Society in London.
Good.
I also claimed a proprietary interest in every seventh wave, every fifth seagull.
Beg pardon, sir, it's 10 o'clock.
Listen to them, Victoria. Even the seagulls sound human tonight.
Sir?
I could swear that one of them spoke to me.
Honey, darling, Penny is speaking to you.
Penny, do seagulls have Penny? I was thinking of something else. What is it, Penny?
10 o'clock, sir. You said to let you know when it was 10 o'clock. On account of you wanted to get to bed early. On account of you was going to talk in chapel tomorrow.
Yes, yes, Penny, so he did.
Thank you, Penny. Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night, Mum.
Toddy, you were 1,000,000 miles away.
238,857 to be exact. Curious, isn't it, Vicky? That so much has been said about the man in the moon, and so little about the moon in a man.
Darling, what are you talking about?
Oh, just a brief planetary excursion. Speaking of which, if I am to star in chapel tomorrow, I must get some sleep.
Your routine set?
Victoria, you make me sound like a trained seal.
Sorry, darling. Do you know what you're going to say?
Well, I know my text, but I guess the sermon will have to, sort of come out its own way.
You're going to talk about Margaret Lee.
Yes, I am.
I don't believe Dr. Gilby would have done that.
I don't think it's quite as much his problem as mine. But his chapel is a house of truth, and I'm going to tell the truth about Margaret Lee.
Good for you. Now get some sleep so you look absolutely dreamy in the morning.
Well, now, Victoria.
And I'll be in the third row centre, right across the aisle from the critics. Oh, Toddy, I can hardly wait.
Wait? For what, my dear?
For the papers. I'm dying to read your notices.
Good morning. I am glad to report that Dr. Gilby is not seriously ill and should be with you again tomorrow. I welcome this opportunity to call to your attention a situation which has arisen here at Ivy. And since it concerns a matter of faith, there could be no better place to speak of it than in this chapel. And no better time for it than on the eve of National Brotherhood Week, proclaimed by our president throughout the nation. A young woman, a brilliant student, with such a record of achievement and reputation for integrity that she was an outstanding candidate for the highest office within the gift of the undergraduate body. This young woman has left Ivy and returned to her home. Against unfair student politics, snobbery, and racial prejudice, she fought a good fight and thought she had lost. In her conception and practice of decent human behavior, she has shown, I believe, no lack. Therefore, she does not leave here the poorer. Rather is it some of you who have found wanting. And by the same token, I, too, must have a sense of failure. Tolerance is a word I would rather not use. It seems to indicate a condescension. I prefer the word understanding. And intelligent understanding is as essential to our study of human relationship as it is to our comprehension of Latin or science. We must learn not only the meaning of democracy, but its application and practice. Or in after years, our boast of a superior way of life will be a sham, and Ivy College will have failed in its primary function, a preparation for life. I would like now to inform you that I have been in communication with this young lady, and she is returning to school. I hope I may rely on the student body to conduct the forthcoming election for president of the council on a basis of merit untinged by social bias, so that her faith in us will be restored. Ladies and gentlemen of Ivy, the human race is not an exclusive club with a selective membership. We are all members from birth. True, it has both active and associate members, and it is up to each of us to provide our own classification. But I consider it one of the most important functions of education, so to instruct you in the humanities, that when your membership in this human society is ended, the recording secretary may mark you paid in full.
Curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Barbara Jean Wong, Gloria Gordon, Herb Butterfield, and Willard Waterman. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn and Walter Brown Newman. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Now stay tuned for We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Elvia Allman, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breathtaking sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
April is the month for parties, and the social season in Mel Blanc's little town is in full swing. At the swanky Larchmont Country Club, the dance has been a brilliant social success, and as the young blue bloods leave the place, they try to make an impression by having the doorman call out their names to announce their expensive cars. Let's listen as the doorman's loud voice rings out.
Mr. Henry DuPeister.
My Cadillac, if you please.
Mr. Sylvester Morgan.
My Duesenberg, if you please.
Mr. Mel Blanc.
Piggyback, if you please. Well, as a matter of fact, Mel didn't care to make too much of an impression. He sneaked into the dance in the first place. Now let's pick up Mel the next day. He's in his fix-it shop speaking to his girl, Betty Colby, of more reasonable things.
Betty, how's about going to the movies with me tonight? We can sit in the balcony, and I guarantee we'll have a lot of fun.
Mel, how can you guarantee it?
I unscrewed the bulb out of the usher's flashlight.
No, Mel, not tonight.
Oh, I know why. You're still mad at me because of what happened in the movies last week. The way I hugged and squeezed and kissed, and then I remembered we didn't get two seats together.
Anyway, Mel, the reason I can't go with you is because Father is tendering a very important social event tonight. I'm sorry, Mel, but you're not invited.
Not invited?
No.
But, Betty, why not? I'm the same as anybody else. I'm as good as you are. After all, I breathe the same air you do. I see the same movies you do. When we go out to dinner, I pay half the check just like you do.
No, it's not that. It's just that Father thinks the things you do at parties are so ridiculous. Like that Scotchman imitation at the last party. Putting on a skirt and instead of a bagpipe blowing into a vacuum cleaner.
Well, they all laughed. Especially when someone plugged in the vacuum cleaner and it took me 3 hours to fight my way out of the bag.
Well, you see, it's just things like that make Daddy so provoked. When Father's invited the cream of society, he can't take chances. Oh, I'm sorry, Mel, but it's time for me to go. We're cocktailing at 5 and hors d'oeuvring at 7.
Well, stay with me, Betty. I'm bubblegumming at 9. Oh, here comes your father now.
Oh, hello, Pater.
Hello, Data.
Dater. Oh, Brader.
Oh. Quiet. Mel Blanc, you idiot. I told you to fix my ice cream freezer for the party. But what did you do to it?
Well, Mr. Colby, I didn't have all the parts, so I put in some coils from a beer pipe. Anything wrong?
Anything wrong, he says. You moron. All the ice cream I sold today has a head on it.
Acme pistachio.
Look, Mr. Oh, quiet, you idiot. Well, no, I can't be angry today. No, I'm having the most distinguished people in town at my party tonight. I'm breaking into society, and the food I'm serving. Caviar, pheasant. Tonight I'll have the biggest spread in town.
What's the matter with the one you got? Can't I come to your party, Mr. Colby?
Because I'm inviting the cream of society. And you have no family background. Why, my grandfather fought for the South in the Civil War. I can still show you the bullet holes in his Confederate suit.
Well, my grandfather fought for the North. I can still show you the holes in this Union suit.
Oh. You and your corny joke. No, Mel, you disgrace me. Not only are you barred from the party, but you're never going to marry my daughter, Betty. No woman should be allowed to bring idiots into the world.
Well, Mr. Colby, where would you be if your mother felt that way?
If you come around my house tonight, I'll break every bone in your body. Come along, Betty.
So long, Mel.
So long, Betty. Huh. I wouldn't go to their old party if they got down on their knees and begged me. I wouldn't go for $1 million. Not me.
Mel?
Yes, Mr. Colby?
Tell Zuki to come right over. He's going to be my butler tonight.
Oh. Anything else you want to tell me, Mr. Colby?
No, what more can I say to an idiot like you?
Huh. Tried to talk me into coming to his party. Well, I'm through with him and his daughter. In fact, I'm through with all women. I'll never look at another woman again. Never have anything to do with women. When I have children, I'll bring them up the same way. If I could only crash that party, I'd show Mr. Colby's cream of society that I'm just as creamy as they are.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, Professor Potchnick, my favorite music teacher. Where are you coming from?
Oh, I was giving piano lessons to little Bobby down the block. You know, I wish he'd wash his hands before taking a lesson.
Why?
He has the only piano in town with all black keys. Oh, does that Bobby play a slobby knobby. By the way, Mel, what are you wearing to Mr. Colby's party tonight?
Nothing.
Mel, isn't that a little daring?
Oh, no, Professor. I'm not going at all. Mr. Colby didn't invite me.
The only reason I'm invited is because my pupil, Mrs. Grimes, is singing there. And when Banker Grimes hears her, I'll lose my pupil. Oh, is she terrible?
Sounds like a hog caller, huh?
Hog caller? Mel, on a clear day, she can call the bacon out of a club sandwich 3 miles away.
Oh, she can't be that bad.
Well, the last time she was singing was at a Thanksgiving dinner.
How was she?
All I know is that the turkey kept stuffing the dressing in his ear. I'm asking you to sing with pear-shaped tones, and what is coming out? Fruit salad. I'm worried, Mel. I can't afford to lose my star pupil. After all, that's my bread and borscht.
Well, I'm worse off than you are, Professor. I'm losing my girl.
Mel, I know just how you feel. I remember when I was married to my wife. If I left her for a second, she said, "By George, I'm going to miss you. By George, I'm going to be lonely." One time I went on a trip, and when I got back, she was gone.
Where was she?
By George. Hey, Mel, look, if you pretended you were a music critic, I could get you into the party.
Yeah?
Sure, you could tell Banker Grimes his wife has a wonderful voice.
Yeah, I could save your pupil and at the same time watch Betty. Professor, that's wonderful.
Well, it's a deal. I'll see you later, and we'll go to Colbys' party together. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, am I going to get even with Colby? I'll crash that party and be a social lion. Hey, wait a minute. I can't go. Mr. Colby will recognize my voice. 1 minute, cream of society. Next minute, buttermilk.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and that great come-and-get-it day.
What do you know? There's a great day coming mañana. Tiddly-yada. Big as life, that day is coming soon. Tiddly-yada. On that great come-and-get-it day.
it day.
I'll get my gal.
Gonna get his gal.
That calico gal.
Calico gal.
I'll get my mule.
Gonna get his mule.
That acre of ground.
Acre of ground, 'cause word has come from Gabriel's horn. The earth beneath your plow is a button, and now it's yours. It's yours. Story time's coming for to stay. On that great, great, come and get it day. What do you know? There's a great day coming mañana. Chiliada. Big as life, that day is coming soon. Story time's coming for to stay. On that great, great, come and get it, and keep it, and share it. Great, great, come and get it there. Chiliada.
Now back to Mel Blanc, who has a problem. How not to be Mel Blanc. Mel wants to crash Mr. Colbys' party to prove he's socially acceptable and help out his friend Professor Potchnick, the music teacher. He still doesn't know how he's going to do it, and while he's thinking about it, he's busy in his fix-it shop hanging up a picture.
Long nail. Gosh, how am I going to get into that party? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello there.
Greetings, mighty zebra. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Mighty potentate, how's your little hummingbird?
Mel, if you're referring to my wife, the word is bat. Matter of fact, Mel, she's a cross between a gull and a loon. A goon. No, it's not fair of me to say that. She's really a bat.
Why do you say bat? A bat hangs by its toenails from the rafters.
Mel, have you ever seen the scratch marks on our curtain rods?
Well, if your wife looks like that, how did you ever get hitched?
Hung is the word. You know, Mel, I wish I'd listened to my father when I got married. He said, John, don't rush, don't hurry. There are plenty of fish in the ocean. But I married my wife anyway. How happy I could have been with a mackerel.
Was there much of a wedding ceremony?
Yes, there was, Mel, a beautiful one. But, Mel, I should have known there was something wrong when that choir sang, "Here comes the groom, dragged to his doom. Here comes the bride, riding on her broom."
You sound pretty disgusted, mighty potentate.
Yesterday, my wife and I were in the car, and I couldn't get it started. My wife just sat there barking at me. "John, give it gas. Choke it, John. Choke the old rattletrap." Gad, what a temptation. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got low in the dog.
Mighty potentate, I've got troubles of my own. I thought I'd be able to crash Mr. Colby's society party as a music critic. But I can't because he'll recognize my voice.
Well, Mel, why use your own voice? Just put on a long cape and a beard and pretend that you're an Italian impresario, a foreigner.
Hey, that's a great idea, mighty potentate. What made you think of me becoming a foreigner?
Mel, ever since I've been married, I've been trying to get myself deported. Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Stallion Road, or I can go home and look at the old gray mare I married. Oh, Mel.
Say, that's a great idea. I'd better send Zuki to tell Professor Potchnick I'm going to the party as an Italian impresario. Oh, I just remembered. Zuki is working over at Colbys' house as a butler. I wonder how he's doing.
As for Zuki, the guests haven't even arrived yet, and the punch bowl is completely empty. What happened to it?
Well, you see, it evaporated. The maid drank. The cat. The dog.
Oh, well, Zuki, I'll forgive you for that.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Mr. Colby. Nice punch, too.
Now, Zuki, you've got to set the table. You know which side to put the knives and forks on?
Oh, sure. I put the knives on the the forks go in the well, the big spoon goes in the let them eat with their hands.
Now, Zuki, stop this fooling around. Remember, the cream of society will be here, and I want everything to be just right. Now, what will you do after dinner is over?
Well, I'll clean the state. I'll pick up the I'll search everybody for the silverware.
Well, Mel, here we are at Colbys' house. You look wonderful in that cape and beard. Are you nervous?
Of course not. Just don't light any cigarettes near my beard.
Oh, it's Banker Grimes. Where's Mr. Colby?
Oh, Professor Potchnick, come in. Mr. Colby is in the kitchen. Oh, I see you brought a very distinguished friend.
I want you to meet Italy's greatest impresario, Salvatore Pastagazuka.
Maestro pasta, yes. Well, sir, as we say in Spanish, buenas noches.
And as we say in Italian, a chicken a cacciatore.
Maestro Pastagazuka has come to hear your wife sing.
Yes, I'm a great singer myself. Listen. Oh, sola miola, oh, sola you all.
Oh, sola you all?
Yeah, I come from South Italy. Oh, how I hated to leave Italy with all of my bambinos.
Do you have many children?
32. Allegretta, glissando, andante.
Well, why did you name your children after musical terms?
Because every time I look around, there's a new composition. There's my little one. Never opens his mouth. I call him a pianissimo. The noisy one, fortissimo. And one is always spitting out the watermelon seeds, pizzicaro. And one we're expecting unfinished symphony.
Well, tell me, is every one of them named after a musical term?
All except the oldest one. He takes care of everybody.
And what is his name?
Petrillo. You know what they call me over there? Local 802. 32 kids.
Well, why did you leave Italy?
I didn't want to try for 64. But I come to hear singing. Where's the prima donkey? I mean, the prima donna.
Oh, yes, my wife. There she is. Oh, darling.
Oh, yeah.
Darling, yes, this is the famous Italian impresario, Maestro Pastagazuka.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Potchnick, let's go. Oh, how wonderful. Before I listen to you sing, Mrs. Grimes, please open the mouth. I must examine the vocal cords.
Well, Maestro, what do you see?
You are better looking on the inside than on the outside. Now try to warm up a little. Loosen up the diaphragm. I said loosen it. Don't throw it at me. Well, Madame Grimes, I'm ready to hear you sing. Quiet, everybody. Come on, you quiet. Well, come on. Go ahead. Sure, there's no reply. Everybody dropped it there.
Professor Potchnick, Is this what you've been teaching my wife? From now on, sir, no more lessons.
How dare you interrupt her? She's a wonderful.
Oh, yes, look at the food on the table. The pig's feet just got up and walked away.
That's ridiculous. Madame, continue the song.
Now, get away from the glass. What's the matter? She's blowing your beard off.
My beard?
Quiet. It's Mel Blanc. You've ruined my party. I'll break every bone in your body.
You'll do nothing of the kind, Colby. Mel, let me tell you, that was a wonderful impersonation.
You liked it, Banker Grimes?
Yes, I did. You changed a boring party into a wonderful evening.
Well, Mel, my son, come and join us at dinner.
Oh, Captain Ivy, I'm hungry.
Announce the dinner, Zuki.
Oh, all right. Dinner is Where'd everybody go?
Mr. Colby, that was a wonderful dinner. And, Mel, you must come to my house some evening. Oh, such wonderful impersonation.
Thanks, Banker Grimes. What do you think, Betty?
Oh, gosh, Mel, you're wonderful.
It's colossal. And, Mrs. Grimes, don't forget the lesson tomorrow. Bring your tonsils and $10.
Oh, yes. And now, before we leave the party, I shall endeavor to finish my song.
Where'd everybody go?
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Do you want a dentifrice that does right by your teeth and your breath? Well, it's Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. It foams into action, swirls around your mouth, sweetens, freshens, gives your breath a wholesome lift. Yes, in 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And what a wonderful job it does on your teeth. Really a dazzling performance. Colgate tooth powder cleans teeth beautifully, reveals their natural brilliance. That makes a flashing smile. So for teeth that naturally sparkle and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bud Eastman reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We bring you the latest news and Bedlam News sees nothing, shows all. Spring is here, and the Bedlam News cameraman heralds arrival at vernal season around the world. New York City, first robin arrives at Central Park.
I say, officers, is that a robin?
Too cold for robins, lady. It must be a sparrow with a red vest on.
Kokomo, Nebraska. City opens municipal cedar closet to store taxpayers' heavy underway. Mayor Fling presides at dedication.
Well, thank you. As your mayor, it gives me great pleasure to throw in the first mothball.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin, sulfur and molasses appears in Great American Home.
Take it home and it could for you. Oh, gee, I don't want it.
Seattle, Washington, salmon season opens in Columbia River. Washington, D.C., prominent actor is allowed entertainment expenses on his income tax deductions. Interested citizens express opinions on this phenomenal ruling. Congressman Bellow.
My friend, it's not up to the actors to feed the critics. Congress should pass a bill forcing all critics to eat their words.
George Lee Hayton, well-known critic, speaks his mind.
It's not a possibility. I've never gotten any food from an actor. When a ham invites me to dinner, I always bring my own lunch.
Roger Bozo Davis, burlesque comedian, has his say.
I've been getting rotten notices all my life. My last in Cincinnati, I took a critic into a chili joint, but we both picked it out without taking a check.
Atlantic City, New Jersey, Comfort Quake, first bather of new season, plunges into surf.
Oh, you'll catch your death of cold, Sunset.
No, I gotta go in, men. Them newsreel guys are waiting.
Okay, Quake, camera's ready. Want to try a duck?
Well, here I go, boy.
You come out of there this instant, Sunset Quake.
Will you say a few words for the Bedlam News, Mr. Quake?
I'm 42, happily married and soaking wet. My favorite song is Am I Blue?
And now for some songs from Bonnie, Scotland, brought to you by our singing troubadour, Theodore Webb, and our Salopatiker singers.
Specialty played by the one and only Lenny Hayton, leader of the Ipana Troubadour. Now we rejoin Fred Allen and his Bedlam Detective Agency. Listen closely, for Detective Allen is sure to catch the crook of the month.
Bedlam Detective Agency. Oh, yes, Inspector Allen is here. Hold the line.
Hello. Oh, yes, Mr. Vandergilt. You had another letter asking for money? That same gang, eh? They've been bleeding you for 6 months? Oh, you must be good and anemic by now. Listen, you better send them the money. I'll explain it later. Okay.
Is Mr. Vandergilt a blackmail victim?
No, the organized gang that's been writing him for money is the Income Tax Department.
You'll probably be next. Here's your mail.
Thanks. Any news from Mitchell?
No, sir.
Take a letter. Dear Sam, life is $1 dinner, period. After you finish with turkey, you'll get your dessert. We will all be glad to see your ship come in. Love and hi-ho.
Well, where can Mr. Insold be reached?
Try Snug Harbor, if you will.
Crime is a terrible thing, isn't it?
Crime's all right. It's the people running it that make it what it is.
Have you done anything about Dillinger?
Have I? Listen, I'm leaving jackknives and pieces of wood on every street corner in the country.
For what?
The minute Dillinger comes out to whittle, I've got him.
There's a suspicious-looking man to see you.
Don't be silly. That's my reflection in the mirror.
I know, but there's a tougher-looking guy outside.
Well, send him in. I'll grill him before he can open his mouth.
Good morning.
Who are you? What's your name?
Who are you and what's your name?
How old are you?
How old are you?
Where were you on the night of April 11th, 1933?
I was just going to ask you that.
Now, wait a minute. We're not getting any play.
Well, who's grilling who?
Are you guilty or not guilty?
Keep your shirt on, loudmouth. I'm no criminal.
Oh, no. I guess I know a con man when I see one.
Excuse me, perhaps I can settle this.
Yeah, see what he wants while I think up a whooping third degree.
Have you any business here?
Yes, I came to take the census, but I guess somebody beat me to it. Good day.
That was a fine piece of work.
Well, anyone's apt to make a mistake. That's why they keep on printing marriage license blanks.
Excuse me. One of you is Detective Allen.
I'm Inspector Allen. My breath was annoyer.
Well, let's get down to business.
My dear fellow, is your business so low that we have to stoop to go into conference?
No. I'm Colonel Farnham. You've heard of Farnham and Haley's suckers?
Oh, yes. How about some passes?
Not me. Those passes must free women. Now, why, it's a knife thrower.
Well, Miss Clues is a bit forward.
Why, the idea?
No harm, baby. I'll slip you a couple of ducats later on.
I deduce you've had some trouble at the circus, Mr. Farnham.
Trouble? Why, someone stole my lion, Barnaby. He's a man-eater.
Yes, I read that in the paper this morning.
You think you can solve this case?
Solve it? The case is solved, Mr. Farnham. Will you open the door, Miss Clues?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Come in, Gunner, and bring the lion.
Okay, Inspector. Come on, puss. That's wonderful. That's my lion, all right. Come here, Barnaby. I got your message, Inspector.
Okay, Gunner, meet Mr. Farnham.
Crunch the gristle, Mr. Farnham. No! Oh, ouch! My hand. Here's a splint. I give him with every handshake.
Gunner's the toughest guy in town.
Sit down, pansy.
How did you come to take Mr. Farnham's pet, Gunner?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. We live in a pretty tough neighborhood. And the missus don't feel safe in the house with nothing but a machine gun. Well, don't much. Quiet, Mug. The missus have been wanting a watchdog. So when I went to the circus and seen this Pekingese... Why, he's ferocious. Yeah, where I come from, the mice chase the horses off the block. Oh, excuse me.
Well, Gunner, I think we'll have to return the Nubian plaything to Mr. Farnham.
Okay, I was going to bring him back anyway. Did your conscience smite you? Nah, the neighborhood's too tough. I had to muzzle me kids to keep them from teasing on your lion's tail.
Fine, Gunner. Mr. Farnham will give you the reward.
Yes, sir. Here's $50. Oh, thanks. Now I can get the old lady a leopard to match the linoleum. Well, good day, gentlemen. Come on, Barnaby.
So long, Mr. Farnham. Aren't you going along, Gunner?
Not yet. You and me's got a little business, Inspector. Stick 'em up.
What's that gun? Say, what's the big idea?
I gotta have $10.
Mr. Farnham just gave you 50, didn't he?
I know, but I seen in this morning's paper that the per capita wealth of the country is $60 per man.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
You're gonna give me $10 to make up my quota.
Good work, Mulligan. The call just came in.
Listen, I was in the aquarium on business, Inspector, old baby.
The only ones who have business in the aquarium are in tanks.
You're welcome, Inspector.
The city's official herring has been stolen, sir, and this guy Pinkbaum's guilty.
But I'm innocent, I'm telling you. Yeargats and little fishes.
Little fishes have nothing to do with this case, Pinkbaum. The city of New York has lost its official herring. This city is noted for its herring in the Empire State Building. Thousands of herring lovers this summer will be disappointed.
Well, I'm no fish snapper. I got a witness outside.
Bring in the witness, Miss Clues.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Oh, hello, Portland. You know Pinkbaum here?
Speaking of Portland, old kiddo.
Oh, yes. Mr. Pinkbaum runs Flanagan's Delicatessen.
Flanagan's? That's a funny name for a delicatessen, isn't it?
Yes, everybody goes in there to start a fight, but they generally buy something on the way out.
You see, it's an Irish neighborhood, so I'm calling it Flanagan's for protection.
Quiet, Pinkbaum. Tell us what happened, Portland.
Well, Mama had a bridge party this afternoon.
Yes?
Oh, it was funny. Mama forgot to buy prizes, so the girls were all playing
paying for our furniture.
Did they win?
I'll say the Bridge Club went home with 4 of the best chairs and our sofa.
Fancy that. Wasn't Mama worried?
No, the winners are really the losers. They'll have to keep up the installments.
Could I explain the case, Sergeant?
Let's hear the truth first, Pinkbaum. Go ahead, Portland.
Well, it was late, and Mama knew that Papa would be home after a hard day at Radio City.
Is he scratching out a mural down there?
No, he doesn't exactly work there. Papa watches the men digging excavations.
Say, speaking of excavations, Captain, could I get out of this hole I'm in here? I got customers lately.
Don't worry, I'll fix everything, Mr. Pinkbaum.
Yes, Portland, carry on.
Well, Mama said run down to Flanagan's Delicatessen and get a herring for Papa's dinner.
Knowing that fish is brain food, huh?
Oh, to some people, yes. But to Papa, it's just an entree.
Listen, Portland, stop beating around the onions. Get down to the herring, will you?
Yes, Portland. You know, a herring won't keep off the ice, you know.
You're telling me Mama mislaid a herring last year, and we had to move.
So much for gossip.
I could explain the whole thing, my buddy.
That'll be fun. Can I go, please? Papa's waiting for dinner.
All right, you can go, but you better forget about the herring.
I'll intimate. I'll get Papa some swordfish. That'll be fun.
Fun?
Yes, when Papa eats swordfish with his knife, it always looks like a duel.
I get it. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo.
Well, everything is bottoms up, Osloop. I guess I'll button along.
Wait a minute, Pinkbaum. Did you intend to return this herring?
Well, certainly, my pal. When I took the herring, I even left the sardine for a deposit.
What made you think you could get away with the city's official herring?
Well, I'll tell you. See, I thought if it was missing, they would blame it on Family Hall.
Spieling his commercial talk for 25 minutes now.
Studio audience must be asleep by this time.
No, they don't even know the difference. Why, here we are right in here. Quiet.
So why not try a can of Axelrod's Axle Grease, ladies and gentlemen? The Axle Grease with a personality. There's nothing finer for slicking your hair. Try some on your pancakes tomorrow morning.
We better have some on Sacker Island. He'll be reeking.
Yes, let's go out. I've got an idea.
A secret recipe by the original village blacksmith.
Listen, Chief. I want to question everyone connected with this program.
I thought you would. I locked them all in this handy room over here.
Quiet, everybody. I'll soon get to the bottom of this.
Now, I have a suggestion to make.
Who are you?
I'm Mr. Axelrod, the sponsor of this radio program.
Oh, yes, the sponsor. Mr. Axelrod, you didn't steal that orchestra leader's baton, did you?
Why, the idea. How dare you?
I know you sponsors.
Why should I steal it?
So that your announcer could talk about your axle grease for the whole hour.
Why, that's not true. I had nothing to do with it.
All right. Now, who was on the air just before this happened?
My two comedians, Hum and Bum. Oh, they'll convulse you.
Here we are. Oh, you're the comedians, Hum and Bum, eh? The Hum is the Quivers, I think. I suppose you've got your alibis ready.
Yeah. My mother used to sing me to sleep with an alibi. Oh, that's terrific.
Now, what happened after nobody laughed with the sponsor?
The orchestra leader give us a call.
A call? What is this, a string band? Now, which one of you guys in the rented tuxedos is the orchestra leader?
I have never been so humiliated. My ivory baton presented to me personally by Tsar Nikolai Nikolaevich.
Never mind that. Waiting for a Tsar, I've heard that before. What happened? What happened when these alleged comedians finished?
I was laughing fit to burst. Then I was putting down my baton and listening intently to the talk about the actor trick. Very instructive. Comes my cue for the next musical number, and poof, my baton, it is missing.
And so the orchestra couldn't start playing.
Precisely. Without my baton to lead them, they can do yeah.
And what was the next musical number supposed to be?
Well, I was going to sing.
To sing what?
The Axel Grease song.
Axel Grease? How does it go?
Wagon wheels, Axel rods grease on the wagon.
That's all I wanted to know. Gentlemen, the mystery is solved.
But yes, put down my baton.
I'll catch the thief in just a minute if you follow my instructions. Where's your trumpet player?
Well, I play trumpet. What do you want, boss?
Can you read music?
Oh, I'm playing with my ears.
Can you remember the first 4 bars of Wagon Wheels?
Bars? You mean?
I mean bars. You know, notes.
And notes for you, wise guy.
Quiet. Now, when I give you the signal, start playing Wagon Wheels.
Oh, sure.
And shall I sing?
No, one crime at a time, yes? Now, come on, everybody. Back to the studio. Quiet now. The announcer's still talking.
And Axelrod's axle grease is good for animals, too. Are your dogs tired? Well, mine are. My Axelrod's axle.
Ready, Cornet?
Yes.
Now.
No! Stop it!
I thought so. It was the announcer.
Yes, I did it. I confess it. I took it.
Quiet, everybody. Come clean, Mr. Announcer. You admit you stole that baton, eh?
Yes. I've been the announcer on 22 programs since yesterday, and they all play Wagon Wheels. Wagon Wheels! Wagon Wheels! If I hear that song again, I'll go mad! Yes, I took the leader's baton. Try and find and give me back my baton, you think funny traitor. No, never. Search me all you want to. You'll never find it.
Why not?
Because I swallowed it.
Ah, an inside job, eh?
But it's not getting you well. There, let me loose. What are you going to do? I will lead my orchestra by waving you in the air. Let us go. Play it out.
Pictures of him? Only some x-rays, eh? Okay. Send them over. Fine.
What makes him think the invisible man's at large?
He says a lot of queer things have happened around town. Someone applauded in an empty theater last night.
Oh.
Must have been the wind. It's funny, though. The chief said he saw a pair of pants chasing a skirt up Broadway.
Just a pair of pants? Gee, that's silly.
Must have been a seam walking, eh? What was that? We must be hearing things.
Oh, heavens. I've got the jitters. These silly stories. Ouch! Why, Mr. Allen, how dare you?
How dare I what? What are you talking about?
Just because I'm your secretary, it doesn't give you the right to...
Look, that chair is moving.
The whole tree is dancing.
Look out!
Did you ever hear a dream talking?
Miss Cruz, call the police. Cancel my lease. Warn the whole countryside. Look out for the invisible man.
All police cars beat it. The invisible man is loose. All police cars scram. The invisible man meets Inspector Allen face to face. The invisible man gets the worst of it.
Hello? Yes, he's in. Inspector Allen.
Hello? Yes, Chief. I'm closing in on the invisible man. I found his diary. Some of the prettiest ghost writing I've ever seen. Yes, he's a gigolo at heart. Last night he tried to slip into a Turkish bath. It was ladies' night. What? Oh, now listen, Chief. Oh, I know I'm good at disguises, but I can't make up to look like Sally Rand without her fan. Well, all right.
Well, Inspector, have you any plans?
Yes, is that cop on guard outside?
Yes, Clancy's there.
She was at the door.
Well, there's nobody there.
Shut that door, you fool. Just keep it shut.
The invisible man.
Stop. Don't move. Take your hand off that phone. Put that gun down, Inspector.
What do you want?
Just a little chat with you, Inspector Allen.
Fine. Miss Clues, you go out.
No, she stays right here. Now listen. You found my diary.
Yes, and when I get through identifying that handwriting, you'll never be able to show your face again.
I want that diary back right now.
Why, you stuffed shroud. You can't scare me with your empty threats.
Listen to me. I haven't begun to tear this town apart yet. If I don't get my diary out...
Please, Inspector Allen, give him back his diary.
Oh, all right. Here it is right here. Take it, my porous friend.
Just put it down. You can't get me to fall for your tricks.
Why, you transparent upstart? Are you insinuating that Inspector Allen is not to be trusted?
Go on. You're as crooked as a Swiss Dewey tool. Now just put a match to that diary and let me see it burn.
Okay. Here she goes. Up in smoke.
Hey, be careful. You'll have this whole place on fire.
Put it out, Mr. Allen.
No, let it burn. I'm insured.
Say, have you gone crazy?
No, but you're going to jail, you vaporized thug. Mr. Invisible Man, you're trapped.
Don't make me laugh.
Mr. Allen, we'd better get out.
No, not yet. Don't worry, Miss Clues. I planned this whole thing carefully. There's a sprinkler system here that'll put this fire out and make this fiend visible.
What a cat rate me.
Quick, Miss Clues, get out of this umbrella. Oh, there goes the sprinkler.
I'm getting out of here.
You can't. He's got you. Come in, Clancy.
Yes, Inspector.
Arrest this nudist Indian.
A naked Indian, eh? Well, I got him.
He's no redskin, Clancy. He's the Invisible Man.
Yeah, you outsmarted me this time.
Good idea.
Wonderful, Inspector. How did you do it?
Well, business is picking up. I took the red ink I had over from last year's budget and put it in the sprinkling system. When the red ink covered his body, he was no longer invisible.
Look at him. He ought to be ashamed of himself. Oh, boy, is my face red.
Box along with all nature is turning green, and this postcard marked, "Kindly write plainer, the postman's eyes are bad," comes from Mr. Edward L. Hammer of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Mr. Hammer says, quote, "I am taking a trip to Paris this summer and wish you would help me out. I don't want to starve to death over there, so please tell me how to order a decent dinner in a French cafe," unquote. I'm glad to hear that you are going to Paris, Mr. Hammer. France can certainly use a tourist this summer. To get good service in the Parisian cafe, walk in boldly and yell at the top of your voice, "Ici, garçon, comment allez everything? Où est Elmer?" The waiter will see that you are an American, whereupon he will instantly disappear into the kitchen for the next 3 days. If you are still there when he comes out, grab him by the arm and hold him until you can give your order as follows. Clear your throat carefully and say, "Garçon, donnez-moi du pomme de pine, slicé." If you like sliced pineapple, Mr. Hammer, this is it. Follow this with des œufs au jambon, un café au lait, un glace framboise. The waiter will say, "Qui voulez-vous manger?" and leave to bring you an interpreter. And then you can order what you want in English. You can order it, but you won't get it. I hope you have a pleasant trip, Mr. Hammer, and don't forget your voulez-vous. There's no voulez like an old voulez. Oh, Mr. Hammer. If you do have an international problem threatening your peace of mind, why not send it to me on a postcard? And I shall be happy to make you the talk of your town, even as I have assured Mr. Hammer of being the talk of Paris this summer. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled Ipana, night, spelled Sal Hepata. And don't forget, next Wednesday night, the Hour of Smiles brings you comedy. Drama.
there.
Please let us in, Squire Bevins. We're orphans of the storm.
Weather report. Thursday, hot. Friday, hot. Saturday, hot-cha-cha. Stock market reports.
July oysters open strong.
And music.
Don't forget the dental charm contest, ladies and gentlemen. All you need, girls, is a photograph of yourself smiling. No work to do, no money to be spent. The contest closes April 30th, so don't delay. Enter it tonight. Pick out a photograph of yourself, any kind of photograph. Write your name and address on the back and mail it to IPANA, I-P-A-N-A, care of the station to which you are now listening. And if you don't clearly understand all the conditions of the contest, write to IPANA, care of the same station, and we'll be happy to send you full details. Good night until next Wednesday when Fred Allen and his company of stars, Lenny Hayton and his IPANA troubadours, Theodore Webb, our distinguished singing troubadour, and a noted guest artist will return to the air with another hour of smile. Good night, and keep smiling.
Among the musical selections heard this evening on this program was included Your Devastating from Roberta. This is the National Broadcasting Company.